can train them, and we can make them suitable to produce garments and goods which are exportable to other nations, which earns a lot of money for our country, thereby contributing significantly to our development. So as we can see, 85% of the foreign exchange earning is coming from textile and clothing in Bangladesh. If we look here at this graph, over the last, sorry, the graph is just loading. Over the last 20 years, we've gone from $4 billion to $42 billion. This is a tremendous journey, and this would not have been possible if we didn't have the backward linkage support within Bangladesh that gives our customers the confidence that, yes, if I place an order to Bangladesh, they have the fiber in-house, they're getting the cotton from outside, they're making the yarn, they're making the fabric, they're making they're dyeing the fabric, processing it, and finally making the garments. So altogether, it's like I said, it's a well-oiled machine that works really well, and it is a sense of pride for us as Bangladeshis to be the number 2, like Mr. Farooq just said, number 2 supplier of textiles and garments to the entire world. We are rewarded by this somehow because KIMA, which is a very well-known international inspection agency, they have published a report last year that has ranked Bangladesh number 2 in terms of ethical manufacturing in the world. And the number 1 position belongs to, can anyone guess who it might belong to? That's right, sir, Taiwan. So Taiwan is not even considered a competition for Bangladesh because Taiwan is considered someone that's much, much higher than us. They are in a sophisticated production market. We are in the basics market. So Taiwan is number 1, Bangladesh is number 2, then followed by Vietnam, Thailand, Pakistan, Turkey, China, India, Brazil, South Korea. So an advanced nation like South Korea scored 6.3 points, where Bangladesh has scored 7.7 points. So that is a testament to the amount of work that has gone into this industry. Apologize for the technical issues. My presentation, back in. So we are in the number 2 position, and the reason for this is because we have invested a lot in this industry, and we have gone through a reform. In my next slide, which is not loading up, but will be coming up soon, there we are. So in April of 2013 was one of the darkest days of Bangladesh because it was the Rana Plaza disaster that happened. A lot of people gave their blood for this industry, and it was a time for us as the industry stakeholders to think, should we go on in the path that we were going all this time, or do we need to change the way that we were moving? So as an industry, we all put our heads together along with the brands and our customers, and we decided, no, it's time for a change. We need to do something. We cannot continue producing and manufacturing in unsafe factories. We cannot have the working conditions that are not suitable for the people who are giving their life for us, working and making the garments and textiles for us all day. So at that point, Accord and Alliance came in, which has now become RSC and Nirapon, as well as Better Work, and many other agencies, NGOs started getting involved in this along with the government of Bangladesh. We set a lot of safety standards in our factories. And because of this, now Bangladesh has been able to establish itself as a country that's very reliable, as a country where if a brand places an order, they will not face any risks. They know that they can headache-free, they will get their goods on time, and no disaster will ever happen in those factories because there is a minimum standard that everyone has to maintain. Otherwise, they will not have the license to export. They will not get the compliance certification. So a testament of this is at that time there was 5,800 factories in Bangladesh, and we just heard from our BGMEA president, Mr. Farooq, that now there's only 3,500 factories that are active. So from 5,800 to 3,500 factories, the number of factories has come down drastically, but our export at that time was $18 billion, and our export at this time is $42 billion. What does that mean? That means that the factories who are compliant, who are following the right processes, who are world standard factories, are bigger and better, and they're getting more orders, and that is the way to take Bangladesh forward. Some of the contributors to the success of Bangladesh, I wish the slide was up there so I could show you what they are, but we developed based on low labor wages. This was something. Labor cost was very low in Bangladesh. We have duty-free access to most of the countries in the world. Mostly other than USA, we have duty-free access everywhere. But this is also going to be eroded once we become a developed country or we graduate from an LDC. We had an affordable and abundant supply of gas in Bangladesh. Gas has been subsidized for our textile sector for a long time. Then it was corrected to the actual price. Now we are actually paying a higher tariff than we should be for a price, which has become a burden on the industry to some extent. Backward linkage for cotton has developed, and the cotton backward linkage has been the key factor for garment industries in Bangladesh to develop. This has been great for us up until now, but what I will cover later on in this keynote presentation is cotton is something that's here and it's there to stay. But the world population is growing, the demand for textiles is there and it's increasing, so we do need to diversify out of cotton as well. And finally, we were enjoying a stable dollar exchange rate, which at the moment is quite unstable, which is a global situation. But as a textile industry, we are getting even lower than other exporters. Our exchange rate is pegged. So I would request that if we could get the same rate that everyone else is getting for the dollar, that would be a big, big help for our industry, because we do have a lot of local expenses, especially with gas prices increasing, with salaries increasing at the end of this year. We will have a lot of obstacles that we will stumble upon. So the initial subsidies that we had as a nation that helped us to grow are now being removed or gradually fading away. So we need to make ourselves more fit. We need to make sure that we are the fittest, and it will be an industry or a competition of survival of the fittest in this world. The gas price, I would like to take just a few seconds to talk about this. In textile, gas is the major raw material. We use gas to produce our own power. We use gas for the steam that we need in our dyeing process. We need gas for everything that we do. And gas prices have been hiked last month by 88%, and for industrial gas, 150%. So this is a huge burden for the industry to take all at once. If it was done gradually over a period of time, it would have been a lot easier for us to reform, because we work in a market where we cannot increase the price overnight. I cannot go to my customer and say, I'm providing you a t-shirt for $2 today, because gas prices increase, I need $2.20 tomorrow. They won't give me that 10%, 15% upcharge that we need. So this is having to be absorbed by us, the industries, and we're losing a lot of money. We are actually bleeding. So once again, if we had this slide, it would be easier to envision. But the total gas that we consume in Bangladesh, only 76% of it is from our local sources itself. We have gas in Bangladesh. It is a natural resource that we have. Only 20 to 25% of it has to be imported. But the price increase that has been imposed upon the industry now is based on almost 80% imported, if we think about a weighted average. So I would request our honorable guests and anyone in the audience, whoever is listening to this presentation, to see if there's anything that can be done to make this upcharge a little more reasonable, to make it on the actual weighted average of the gas price, instead of basing it only on imported LNG. Right now, the price that we're paying, which is 30 taka per meter cubed, is based on the international spot price, 80% of it, and 20% local, where the scenario is actually the opposite. I said a lot of bad things that we are facing that are coming up. I paint quite a gloomy picture, but to be the best, you have to handle the worst. So I believe now is the worst time that our industry has seen in a long time. With worldwide recession, orders are low, prices of everything are going up, the prices that the customers are giving are low, so we are in a position where the industry is very much squeezed. However, if we invest in sustainability, if we increase our competitiveness, and we leverage the right investment opportunities, we can go a long way, and this industry will reach the target that has been set, which is $100 billion in textile and clothing exports within the year 2030. How am I so confident in saying this? If we look at the world textile market, China is supplying about 160 to 170 billion dollars worth of garments or in textile to the world. Europe is supplying another 170 billion dollars. Now, all of us know Europe very well. There is a labor crisis in Europe. The gas prices are going up in Europe. Whoever is in the textile industry in Europe is quite old at this moment. Everyone is working in the textile industry is aging. The machineries are getting old. The competitiveness of the European textile industry is not there. So it is only a matter of time that Europe will slowly taper this out and get out of the textile industry altogether. This 170 billion export out of Europe will not remain for the long term. They will have very specialized factories making high-value suits, making designer dresses, etc. But they will not play in the basic textile arena where we play. So there is going to be a vacuum there once Europe slowly gets out of this industry, gets out of the supply chain. China itself has a thriving domestic market. So their focus will be a lot on domestic market, and there are a lot of environmental regulations, etc., that Chinese textile mills are not able to comply with because a lot of their factories are old. So those factories will also either be shut down or modernized, and they will supply to the domestic market. So what will happen is, if we can get 10% of China's business, 10% of European textile business, the world population is going to grow, the world textile industry will grow. If we can get 10% of the growth, which is it's going to grow 8% over the next 5 years. So if we can get 10% of the growth, and if we can venture into new arenas such as technical textiles, outerwear, sportswear, then we can easily grab another 60 to $65 billion of business, which easily takes us to our target of $100 billion exports from Bangladesh. Oh, one more point I didn't cover. Bangladesh is predominantly cotton dominated. As Mr. Farooq also said, 74% of our production in garments, textile and clothing exports is made of cotton, where the world is using 78% of their garments that are not made from cotton, that are made from MMF, which is man-made fibers, polyester, nylon, all these other fibers. So there's a huge gap there that we need to catch up to, and it's a completely untapped market for us. That being said, our planet is in grave danger because, you see these climate conferences, COP25, EU legislation in 2022, they've set out new directives where we have to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. Focus needs to be on renewable energy. They're encouraging use of recycled synthetic and polyesters, and collection of post as well as pre-consumer waste from textile, and then recycling it into garments eventually. So 10% of the total global impact of greenhouse emissions comes from textile, which is more than all the international flights as well as all the sea freight combined. So that is a huge, huge, huge polluting factor that this industry is contributing to. And the average person is buying a lot more clothes now and throwing them away because it's cheap and it's easy to do so. So we do need to do something about it so that we are not polluting the world in this way, our planet in this way. So Bangladesh answer to this is sustainable production. We have the highest number of LEED certified factories in this country.
Time. If you can just wrap up, please.
Okay. Yes, sure. We have the highest number of green factories in this world. Our efficiencies for using gas is very high because we use tri-generation, where we're using the power and the waste heat from the power to generate steam and hot water. And we're investing a lot in circularity. And for the sake of time, I will just move a bit quickly. Sustainability is a minimum requirement. I would like to touch on this slide where we see, it's not very clear, the graphic, but our market share in Europe of basic t-shirt has gone up from 44% to 59% in the last 10 years. And the price has not increased even 1 cent over the last 10 years. So $1 in 2011 is now worth $1.33. So a t-shirt that's $1 should be at least $1.33, but we haven't raised a single cent. So we are actually competing in the lowest of the pyramid, and we need to do value addition, and we need to enter the higher market where the value addition is higher. The untapped sportswear and outerwear market, we consume less than 1% of the market share of 180 billion industry, and
I think we...
Okay. In that case, since for the sake of time, I'll just cover my last part, which is the investment opportunities. We need to invest in manpower. We need to train our manpower. We need to upskill them. In technology, we need to invest in the latest and the best machineries so that we can produce more efficiently. We need to have our infrastructure and strategic partnerships. One thing that's very important is we need foreign direct investment, joint ventures, and strategic partnerships so other countries will come and invest in Bangladesh, and together we can supply to the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Azizur Chowdhury, thank you. Director of the BTMA. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Asif Ashraf, the Director of the BGMEA and CEO of the UMI Group.
Would you mind if I speak from here?
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you. I think you were supposed to, are you going to ask me some questions or?
You've been invited to do a 5-minute presentation, then we'll move to questions.
No, I'm not prepared with the presentation. I was supposed to be asked some questions.
We'll
Okay,
move.
I think. Okay.
Brilliant.
So basically, the challenge, I think Aziz has covered a lot, and Mr. Farooq has also covered a lot. See, the challenge whether we can, if we ask ourselves whether we can achieve this 100 billion in 2030. So my answer to this question is that yes, we can achieve. I'm very confident. But what brought us here will not took us to $100 billion. What we have to do extra, we have to go for the MMF products, we have to go for the new markets. We recently have done a Made in Bangladesh show recently in November. From BGMEA, what we have identified few markets like Australia, then UAE, Japan, where about $80 billion industry is there. The market is there, and only we cater about only 8% of that. If I talk about Australia only, the $7 billion market where we cater 10% and China caters 61%. So we have identified few of the markets like, as I say, Japan, Australia, and others. If we can tap all those things, then it will be easier for us to achieve our goal. As a part of that, as a part of also the continuation of the Made in Bangladesh, we're going to hold a seminar in Australia, Melbourne, in middle of May. So as the Australian customer, it will be difficult for them to for us to bring them all to Bangladesh. Rather, we go there to their doorstep, tell them what we are doing, tell what is our specialty, tell what we have done for the sustainability so far, and make them interested about Bangladesh. That's what we're going to do. So this is something I think will work. We have to go to MMF, as Aziz was also telling, also Mr. Farooq was telling. 75% of the entire global market is on MMF, or non-cotton items, where we supply only 20%. So that's an area where we can actually build our business along with the cotton, what we are doing. For that, we have to do investment in man-made fibers, fabric manufacturing and others. And there we need the government support from giving us some kind of incentive to make the initial fabric with the MMF yarns with the imported one. Our minister is here, so our request to that. For the initial period, give us some support, as the government gave back in 95, 96, or 2000, that if we use local yarn, for the 25% incentive was given. We don't much that. We now, for the time being, if we given an incentive on the man-made fiber, made the fabric in Bangladesh, some kind of incentive, let's say about 10%, then the industry will grow here. So that is an area we should be looking into. The other area is that I think the sustainability part we have covered a lot, because the buzzword is sustainability. Bangladesh has done huge thing in terms of product, in terms of environmental sustainability, in terms of business sustainability. That's the one thing we need to do a little more also. The product automation, process automation, bringing new technology into place. So these are the things that will basically take us to $100 billion. And as a member of the BGME, I'm very confident we can do that. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. If there are any questions from the audience, if you'd like to just raise your hands, and we will come to I will come to you. But Mr. Hattam, the ex-president of BKMEA, I'd like to ask you. Bangladesh's entrepreneurs are responding to emerging trends of synthetic and MMF-based apparels, as we've heard. But how does strong backward linkage in demand from neighboring strong economies support such growth aspirations for cotton-based apparels, and where will the investment opportunities come from?
Honorable Chair of this session and moderator, Mr. Marco, today's Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Ghulam Dastagir Ghazi, Minister for Textile and Jute. Guest of honor, Mr. Shafiul Islam Mohiuddin, former president of BGMEA and FBCCI. Today's keynote presenter, Mr. Farooq Hassan, president of BGMEA, and Mr. Aziz R. Chowdhury, director BTMA. My colleague panelist, Mr. Asif Ashraf, director BGMEA, Mr. Mohammad Ali Khokon, president BTMA, Ms. Sri Devi Kalabhakanolu, senior director from Walmart, and ethical director Walmart. Ladies and gentlemen, and my most favorite journalist friends from media, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to express my thanks to FBCCI for organizing this Bangladesh Business Summit 2023, and also my gratitude and thanks to Mr. Ghulam Dastagir Ghazi, to Bir Pratik MP, to grace the event as a chief guest. And special thanks to all distinguished panelists and guests here present here today. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this business summit, Bangladesh Business Summit, main motto to give the message to the world that Bangladesh is an ideal place for investment, and Bangladesh is now ready for investment. Our Honorable Prime Minister already established an 100 special economic zone, and this is the ideal place for investment. And I believe Bangladesh apparel industry, textile industry, within the next 10 years, we can achieve the world #1 position for the export, apparel export. So we like to go that way. For that reason, I like to say that Bangladesh is the very ideal place for the investment. And we have a strong backward linkage industry already. Textile, for Aziz Chowdhury, and our another keynote presenter, Mr. Farooq Hassan, already elaborately described that the Bangladesh apparel industry, Bangladesh textile industry, now is the position in the world, in a position, the world highest position. Especially, we are maintaining world highest standard in our industry, in the workplace safety and all others, fire safety, building safety, and compliance issues. So that thanks to these two keynote presenter, Mr. Farooq Hassan and Mr. Aziz, as they described elaborately here. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the COVID-19 pandemic and due to the recent Russia-Ukraine war, energy price crisis all around the world, we are still managed to fulfill our export target in 21-22 by exporting 42.61 billion, and in the first 8 months of this fiscal year, 22-23, we 31, where our target was 31 billion US dollar. Already last 8 months we exported 35.79 billion. Already we are in surplus from our export target. So currently Bangladesh has 187 USGBC certified grain factory, and out of that 187, platinum lead certified factory in the world, 100. And out of that 100, Bangladesh has 52. And number 1, 3, 4, all are in Bangladesh. Even first 10, 8 of platinum lead certified are in Bangladesh. In the second position, you know the second position platinum LEED certified in China, only 10.
Mi-
In India, in Pakistan, 9, India and Vietnam, 4. So Bangladesh in maintaining the highest standard, already I mentioned.
Mr. Hattam?
Yes.
Sorry, if you can quickly sum up, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
sum up, okay. So that, so many others I have to discuss, but one important I can raise here as Walmart ethical director present here. So we are maintaining world all standard in our apparel industry. But let's say out of that, the compliance measures to run the business and still need to take certification from various kinds of agency like ISO, BSCI, SEDEX, HIG Index, STEP, REP, OCS, RWS, RDS, GRS, RCS 100. Lot of certification we need still. So and more than $50,000 per year we need to spend for this certification. So I like to make a request here, all of you and all stakeholders in the world, to make one comprehensive unified audit system as audit system for and certification system for our apparel industry.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Mr. Hattab, thank you. And you make a great point with
Yeah,
regards
thank you
to
very much.
standards and the importance of standards. I now call on Mohammed Ali Hakoon, thank you, of the president of the BTMA. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Shubha Aparanna and good afternoon. This session, the Honorable Session Chair, Mr. Marco, the Chief Guest, Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Ghulam Dastagir Ghazi, Bir Pratik MP, the Minister of Textile, Jute, the Government Republic of Bangladesh, the Guest of Honor, Shafiul Islam Mohideen MP, Member of Parliament, Government Republic of Bangladesh. The keynote speakers, panelists, time is very short, I cannot mention everyone's name. Just discussion, the presentation given by the Mr. Azizur Rahman Chaudhary, Director BTMA. He was presented the last 3 decades about the textile journey and overall of the textile, the few observation. On this, I would like to say the few words about this role of BTMA. The BTMA is the role play of the primary textile industry, which is the yarn, fabrics manufacture and dyeing processing industries. The current capacity is the yarn, we are at 3,700 million kg, and almost the 3,500 million kg is the cotton. We are successfully supplying the backwarding industry 100% cotton, and man-made fiber we had the 200 million kg. And at the present requirement of the man-made fiber is the 1,000 million kg, but we are producing the 200 million kg, and our pipeline is coming the supply of the man-made fiber. This year we increase it to the 100 million kg. I have some few observations. This presentation, it was the projected the textile and the apparel sector will generate the 100 billion export revenue by the 2030. The clothing, composed and thin synthetic materials, technical textile and other daily diversification sustainable item may play a significant role in this situation. Investment industry and based on the man-made fiber is rising considerably. The policymakers should pay the close and attention is the expansion. The presentation also discussed the ethical issue of the labor force and could arise after the graduation from LDC. The notify that has been a lot of on recycle and production diversification through man-made fibers, and lot of the information has been provided to show the challenge and the opportunity. One important point is missed out. It is the presentation that the textile sector may face after the LDC graduation. The Bangladesh textile and RMG sector has flourished due to the immense policy support from the government as well as the EU and GSP. The textile and RMG attract the relatively high EU most and favored and nation and tariff. Therefore, Bangladesh is sustainability and benefited from the everything but arms and schemed. Thank you very much for everyone, but because I am not long my speech, all the information is given in our PowerPoint presentation. And thank you, the moderator, thank you, chief guest, and for patient hearing. Jai Bangla, Jai Bangabandhu.
Fantastic, thank you. Thank you for keeping to time, Mr. Ali Khatun. And we've heard from the producers, and now it would be wonderful to hear for those for whom we produce. I'm delighted to introduce Sri Devi Kalavakonalu, who is the Senior Director at Walmart. And Sri, how do you see the ESG requirements for textile and apparel evolving in the coming years?
Dignitaries on stage, fellow panelists, and all of the participants, thank you to FBCCI for this invitation to participate in the Bangladesh Business Summit. I'm delighted to be here. Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. At Walmart, we applaud Bangladesh's ability to transform itself to become one of the world's fastest growing economies. The growing middle class in Bangladesh is truly remarkable, as are the country's strides towards becoming a developed country as defined by the UN in 2041. At Walmart, we are proud to bring Bangladeshi-made products to our customers around the world. We have been doing so for over 20 years. We primarily procure apparel and have a growing business in textiles and hard lines like camping equipment. These are products that delight our customers in our markets, and they are exported to 14 countries worldwide, including the US and Canada. We are also more committed than ever in our efforts to become a regenerative company, one that puts humanity and nature at the center of our business practices. Our agenda for becoming a regenerative company begins with our mission to help people save money and live better through our omni-channel retail proposition. We seek to deliver on our mission in a way that creates economic opportunity, advances sustainability, strengthens communities, and maintains the highest standards of ethics and integrity. The challenge facing the world is how to produce an increasing volume of products while working to conserve resources. All companies should think about how to improve sustainability of their textile supply chain. Walmart aims to address this challenge by working with suppliers, NGOs, and other industry stakeholders to improve the sustainability of our textile supply chain. By 2025, Walmart will endeavor to source 100% more sustainable cotton for our Walmart US, Sam's Club US, and Walmart Canada private brand apparel and home textile products. To achieve our goal, we will work with our suppliers to use a variety of cotton sources that align with our view of more sustainable cotton, such as Cotton USA, cotton produced under the Better Cotton Standard, and cotton certified under a recognized certification program like Organic or Fairtrade USA. Walmart also aims to work with suppliers and industry partners to increase visibility into where cotton sourced for our private brand apparel and home textile products is grown, as well as build a better understanding of conditions in key cotton sourcing regions globally and the sustainability risks arising in the face of climate change. This research and collaboration will help guide Walmart's approach to support cotton sustainability improvements in the future. We're also very pleased to note that collaborations with the garment industry in Bangladesh have made significant progress in safety standards and practices over the last several years. NGOs, industry groups, brands, and governments have been working together, and that cooperation is critical to further success. These issues are complex, and no one group can make all of the changes needed. One great example is the Alliance for Bangladesh Worker Safety, created in 2013, and for which Walmart was a founding member. The Alliance concluded its mission after 5 years, having trained nearly 1.6 million factory employees on basic safety practices and providing more than 1.5 million workers in 1,000 factories access to a helpline that they could use to anonymously report safety or other job-related concerns. We continue to monitor safety in our suppliers' facilities, and we are working with other brands and retailers through Nearpon, an organization focused on monitoring of safety compliance and ensuring sustenance and accountability of the progress made on safety in the industry. Nearpon is a non-profit membership association whose vision is an industry where worker and workplace safety is an integral part of doing business. Nearpon's mission is to provide resources, tools, and guidance through partnerships that advance worker and workplace safety. Everyone has a critical role to play towards continuing to improve worker safety in Bangladesh. Governments, multilateral organizations, businesses, business associations, NGOs, and most importantly, the workers themselves. To make even further progress, we would encourage all groups to focus on ensuring that there is an independent and credible mechanism for the monitoring of safety standards in factories. Now is the time for all stakeholders to work together to build on the country's remarkable foundation of safety achievements of the last decade, prevent the possibility of degradation of the work achieved from sound safety practices, and promote more investment by continuing to place the safety of workers at the center of the country's RMG sector and support the independent and credible monitoring of safety. With a strong mechanism in place, Bangladesh will continue to improve its reputation and enhance its position with key markets. With an improved reputation, more business and orders should result in economic growth and job creation. Let's continue to work together to keep Bangladesh on this remarkable path. Thank you.
Before I invite our guest of honor and chief guest to make short presentation, I wonder, are there any questions from the floor? Do we have a microphone? So this gentleman here, and then there's a lady on the left-hand side at the back.
Thank you. Actually, in the question, I would like to take the opportunity to ask, we have two honorable member of parliament here. So actually for last couple of years, we are talking a lot about the man-made fiber and the circularity. But honestly, the real action has not been yet taken, and it is not that much visible, because we talk a lot about the man-made fiber, but still the VAT tax and the bureaucratic documentary problem is still there. So I would like both of you, especially the textile minister, that we should take a visible action this time, because now the time is almost over. We don't have enough time because of our graduation from the LDC. So I think we have a very few years that we can support for the man-made fiber and other industries due to the WTO regulation. So we need real action that the investment can come and we can really achieve the $100 billion. So we want a really visible action for the man-made fiber. Thank you.
Thank you, Ehsan, Vice President BKMEA, and very active member of textile and RMG industry. There is a challenge. Of course, we don't produce cotton. We don't have any mineral resources, which is core raw material of this man-made fiber. Both. But as we have proved to the world, without having the raw materials, today we have number of textile mills, especially on cotton, and which is HS code 61, 62 chapter. Now it is time. The demand has grown, and man-made fibers is because the customer always decide by the price. Few tiny customers do so, values, ethics, principles, and brand value, all these things. So you are right that government has grown this textile mill industry in Bangladesh, starting with 25% cash incentive. So if our honorable ministers and our chief patron, the honorable Prime Minister. She is very business friendly. If we can submit a composite paper to the government, the way we can develop our textile mills, especially man-made fiber, I think it will be possible. Thank you very much.
Mr. Esan, Mr. Mohidin has said properly, whatever the ministries are here, all the ministries, because this is a composite factor, it's finance, commerce and everything, and textile. We have to all go to the one man, that is our Prime Minister. If you like, if you have a composite paper, we all minister can go with you to the Prime Minister and finish it properly. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Minister. And there was a question at the back, the lady at the back.
Hello, sir. I am Rukhsana Islam. I am a student of IBAT. First of all, I thanks to all. This information is really informative, and I learned lots of things. But one question is in my mind that after the consumption, which means we are the customer, we purchase the dress, but after some years, when the dress become old, so what we do, we throw it into environment, and that is harmful. It is not only pollute the soil, as well as it pollute the air. So what actually you have planned to stop this type of waste, or do you have any type of advice that we will follow, we young generation will follow to stop this type of waste?
That's a brilliant question. Thank you. I'm going to ask each of the panel for a 1-minute answer to the question of the recycling and reuse.
Okay. The recycling is a very buzzword at the moment. There is a concept called T-shirt to T-shirt. We are post and pre-waste consumption that is being recycled. Like now, even in Bangladesh, we have these jute panels on the cut jutes that we convert it to fiber and then make it to yarn and then T-shirt. So this is something the entire world is looking at. I think the Walmart, Sridevi can elaborate more what they have done. But there are brands who is very, very serious about it. So hopefully this will not go into landfill very soon. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. For your kind information, Mr. Aziz's presentation, at the moment, the Bangladesh have the post and pre-recycle, the cotton and the after garments, total of the 250 million kg recycle we are at the moment. We start already recycling yarn. If the 250 million kg we reuse and the recycling, our 15% reduce of the cotton import. And last we start, this year we are approached to the NVR and to government, the Honorable Prime Minister. This year it will be the withdraw all the VAT tax and everything. Hopefully the recycling yarn increase in Bangladesh. We already started, and we already, every day the 1,000 tons at the moment we have the recycling yarn produce. Hopefully it will the next year 2,000 ton, and it is day by day increase. And all the pollution or the polluted, it will not this yarn at the dumping, it will be the reuse and recycling.
Thank you.
Actually, you know that this is the main stakeholder in our customer side, especially our consumer in Europe and America and others country. Consumer are using all of our product. So if they can, or that means buyers and brands, they collect the or use materials and they can send back to us, and we can go for the recycling.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Wonderful question. It's very relevant at this time. And what the previous panelists already touched upon is the customers need to collect the post-consumer waste and send it back to the industrial countries. So here there's a big barrier because we won't be able to import used clothing back into Bangladesh duty-free. So that's why we don't play in this market. This has to be done, the recycling has to be done abroad unless there's a policy change there. However, what we are very good at and what our chairman just said is we are doing pre-consumer recycling. In this case, we already know the composition of the fiber, we already know the color of the fiber, so we can segregate and we can recycle to make colored fabrics from the recycled waste jutes. And this is very eco-friendly because these garments don't need to be dyed or no chemical is used for these. So this is where the focus is for Bangladesh
Brilliant.
at the moment.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you for the question. Actually, there can be a pollution. The final product we export, there's a demand for the outside world, not for our own country, is outside world. So if the outside world, they like to import man-made fiber, that's their headache. That's their headache what to do with the waste. If they want that they should be recycled, they can export us, and then there should be a policy to duty free, as he told, as Mr. Chaudhary has told, duty free. That time we can think of it, but this time is world demand is man-made fiber. We can go with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Mr. Muhyiddin.
Thank you very much. Now recycling, green and all those things is end of the day, it's a very catchy word. Sounds nice. But reality, again, we have seen the increase of man-made fiber. The demand, why? It's a price. It's a price. So, I don't want to, we are in a global village. Bangladesh lives in a global village. So future world is, we have to comply all these issues. We did not know before when we started the journey of textile and garments that we have to set effluent treatment plant. Now, every factory has mandatory, they have to set this. So this kind of recycling, polluting environment is a kind of awareness. It's a collective awareness will drive you to take the necessary action to save this Mother Earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr.
As in my presentation, you have also seen that there's a pre-consumer waste. First is that we are trying to reduce our wastage, and we are going to use all our waste, the jute, and setting up more factories here. We are already, in Bangladesh, already there are 3 big factories set up, and we believe that more factories are coming. We are trying to make a recycle hub Bangladesh. Right now, many of our waste are using as a landfill, but I can promise you that taking all the support from the government and the stakeholders, Bangladesh is going to be a recycle hub in next few years' time.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan. And a view from one of the world's largest retailers.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. As I mentioned, we are definitely working to increase the demand for sustainable fibers and fabrics, whether that's cotton or man-made fabrics. And one of the things I didn't mention is we're also encouraging suppliers to increase the content of recycled materials, whatever the source may be. So clearly this is an area, and I agree with what all of the other panelists have said, we need to work together. We each have a role to play, and we will continue to do what we can to build that demand for sustainable recycled content, and therefore really change the product composition. And I'm confident that with all of our joint efforts, we'll be in the right direction.
Thank you. Great questions. Thank you. It's now my great pleasure to introduce our guest of honor, Mr. Mohiuddin, MP, ex-president of FBCCI and a leading industrialist with great experience in this sector.
Look how big the volume. I have a speech. Okay, thank you very much, moderator. Morki Forjeen is Director General of import and export in UK, right? Okay. Chief guest, he is very much directly involved with this industry. Mr. Ghulam Dastagir, he is a freedom fighter. His the biggest and honorable identity is that he is a freedom fighter. Because of him, because of people like him, the Bangladesh has been liberated under the leadership of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib. And thank you very much for Minister to be our chief guest. Keynote presenter, Mr. Farooq Hassan, elaborately presented, and recently he has, given a vision of $50 billion by 2030. And made in Bangladesh, it is under his leadership, he has given this plan of action to achieve. Young director of BTMEA, Textile Mill Association, Azizur Rahman, he is a very, we are hearing his beautiful presentation and elaborate with very much, of course, statistics. One point I must mention here, young man, that Bangladesh is not anymore enjoying the cheap labor. It's a competitive labor. Because when we compare the efficiency and other components of labor, Bangladesh is every year, by law, increase the wages of the workers 5%, because you all know our inflation was less than 6% we have enjoyed. Today's phenomenon is different because of the Ukraine-Russia war and COVID. China has turned into zero COVID policy, supply chain disruption, lot of issues. These are all external reasons. What we did after Rana Plaza incidents, we have changed the law and ensure and remove all the ambiguities of the laws. And it's a continuous process we have been doing. Because our leader, Honorable Prime Minister, she is a leader of the laborers, she is a leader of the industry, she is a true leader, visionary. So we all make rules, small things which is create irritation amongst the dissatisfaction among the workers, we remove that. So 5% auto increment are there, and rest, those who are efficient worker, they bargain to their management that I need this much of salary or I'm leaving. This kind of freedom, empowerment has been taken place in Bangladesh. So, and this year, on top of that, industry has an impression that we have done it for, correction of wages. But unfortunately, we have to sit this year, is a 5th year, every 5th year there is a review of wages. Wage board has been declared, and we are going to review again another hike. In this 14 years, 382% increase of wage of the workers. Actually, the way mainstream media is portraying our labor condition, labor standard, which is very, very, misinformation, I should say. Yesterday, I just asked when Mr. Richard Quest of CNN started grilling my two ministers, I was asking him a question. I watched one program in CNN throwing a coin and said that this country is producing garments by less than a dime a day. Workers, his earning means less than $1 a day. He is not calculating all the facilities, overtimes, bonuses, you know. These are not in his calculation, and he doesn't know today what progress. As Sri Devi, my colleague, we have been working together for a long time for sustainable, you know, making the sustainable industry, ethical industry. When you criticize, you have to criticize both. It has to be a constructive criticism. Where we need to be criticized, you must criticize. Where we have improvement, as Sri Devi mentioned, that in safety issue, in terms of structural integrity, in terms of electrical safety, fire safety, we have done, we can claim we are the world best, champion. This is how the Bangladesh is. So here, our leaders, Mr. Mohammad Ali Khokon, representing Bangladesh textile industry, Mr. Hatem, he is a very experienced campaigner, my colleague, my friend. He is the executive president of BKMEA. Sri Devi comes from all the way, always she comes. Whenever the crisis, whenever the improvement necessary, she represents the world's largest retailer, Walmart. So she has come, thank you very much for, and the young leader, Mr. Asif Ashraf, director BGMEA, and he knows the man-made fiber, cutting of the edge technology he has been using. Santroni or something like that, right? Total garments comes from without not that much of prestige. So Bangladesh is transforming. Bangladesh is going for, you know, high value garments. Bangladesh is improving. The questions of ethical buying. Some things are lying with the world, importing countries, something we have our internal. External reason, we have no control on COVID, which is unprecedented. We have seen, even we don't know whether it is man-made or lab leak or natural. We don't know. Yet to be answered. Ukraine, Russia, uncalled, unjust, unnecessary war we have involved because of the shortage of quality leadership in the world. We don't have external reason. Internally, what we can improve to make a sustainable industry, we must, from our part, we have to play. From government, we need a consistent policy support as we are enjoying. I draw the attention of Sri Devi that we need a code of conduct, uniform code of conduct. After this Sustainability Compact Agreement, we have created Alliance Accord, followed by RSC. They are checking the safety issues. Again, if brands send Nirapon or Aldi send their own way of inspection, it will be an inspection industry rather than, you know, manufacturing industry. So I would believe that you will convey this message, because this inspection fatigue, actually industry are struggling. I'm concluding with this. When Bangladesh started this textile journey in 1980s, middle of 80s, 84, quota has been imposed, industry has been shaken, whether this industry will be viable, then we survive. When quota has lifted in 2004, beginning of 2005, World Bank, Gerji report, lots of international and national experts said the textile and garment is not viable industry for Bangladesh. We the resilient entrepreneur of Bangladesh prove, and the policy of the government has proved that we can. That's why today we are here. And I believe that we should not be afraid of this COVID. It's a country of Sido, Raila, Sitrang. It's a lot of natural phenomenon we have seen. Bengalis have the courage to turn around. And concluding with this, when Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib and Liberation War took place, after that he has asked a question, how would you be able to build this country? Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib said, if my people are there, if my fertile lands are there, we will rebuild this country. And we will achieve the goal of this $100 billion and $1 trillion economy, inshallah. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu.
Brilliant and inspiring speech. Thank you, Mr. Mohiuddin MP. Now, we have, before the chief guest ceremony, there are a couple of short announcements, so I'll hand over for those. Sorry, are there announcements?
Ladies and gentlemen, I am glad to say that from Bhutan, His Excellency Mr. Karma Dorji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Employment, is present with us in the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, now crest giving session. For crest giving, I kindly request Mr. Muhammad Ali Khokon, President Bangladesh Textile Mills Association BTMA, to present the crest to our chief guest, Mr. Ghulam Dastakir Ghazi, Bir Pratik MP, the Minister of Textile and Jute, the Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. Now I request our session chair and moderator, Mr. Marco Fergioni, to present the guest to the guest of honor, Shafiul Islam Mohiuddin MP, Member of Parliament, the Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. Mr. Marco Fergioni will also present the crest to Sri Devi Kala Vakonalu, Senior Director, Walmart Sourcing Ethics and Compliance, Bengaluru, Karnataka, India. Next, Mr. Marco Fergiani will present the crest to Mr. Muhammad Ali Khokon, President, Bangladesh Textile Mills Association, BTMA. Next, he'll present the crest to Mohammad Hatem, Executive President, Bangladesh Knitwear Manufacturers and Exporters Association, BKMEA. Next, Mr. Asif Ashraf, Director, Bangladesh Garment Manufacturers and Exporters Association, BGMEA. Now, Mr. Azizur Rahim Chaudhary, Director, Bangladesh Textile Mills Association, BTMA, will be presented with the crest. Now, Mr. Farooq Hassan, President, BGMEA, will be given the crest. Now I request Mr. Muhammad Ali Khokon, President Bangladesh Textiles Mills Association, BTMA, to present the case to our session chair and moderator, Mr. Marco Vergiani, General of Institute of Export and Inter. Please round an applause.
Thank you for that, and welcome to the Minister from Bhutan. It's wonderful to have you with us. It's now my huge pleasure to call to conclude today's session our chief guest, Mr. Ghazi BP, Minister for Textile and Jute. Minister.
This is a seminar for $100 million journey and a $1 trillion economy. The moderator, honorable moderator, and the Bhutanese Commerce Minister, Mr. Karma Dorji. I am speaking to Commerce Minister that Bhutan has gave us recognition at the time of independence. The first recognizer is Bhutan. That's why we are grateful to Bhutan. And all panelists and, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Actually, in this $100 million journey, what to do we have, we're from the government side. At the government side, what to do for you, that's the main question. At the present position, you have discussed what we are now at the present position, what to do in near future. Actually, at this position, the garments and the textile mill owners association, all this together, we are at the $35 million, I think. At 42 million. Last year, 45.5. That's less. The rest is $55 million. The rest is $55 million. That we are in gap. We are in gap. That is less fabrics. About 40% is fabrics is for the garments now exporting, and at the 60% gap is fabrics, I think. In this gap, I don't know what is it. Is a cotton or non-cotton? It is non-cotton. Actually, you have told us that bureaucratic disturbance you are facing. Because actually the taxation development of all these sites, we have to meet the Commerce Ministry, Textile Ministry, and then Finance Ministry. All those together, this complication of ministries also. But if one man, that our Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, if he says something, is complete to all ministry. That I think these garments industry, these people, I think you all together, this textile people and garments people, if we all together to the made composite papers, what Mohidin says, all together composite paper to the Prime Minister, then you have to make an order for the whole ministry. That's very much easier to do everything. I think this budget is very, very near. This next budget is very near. In the June, we'll submit our budget. That's why before budget, you all people have to go very quick to our Prime Minister and make it proper for the conclusion of these papers. Anyway, our main thing is how to invest in our country, invest in our country. From government side, what to do? What we have done, the communications. Communications, I think we are doing very fast communication to all districts, all parts of our country. We are making communications very quick and very faster to the by roads and by the railways. And then, and in the meantime, we have made Porda Bridge. You know this Porda Bridge we have from our own fund, not making loan for the World Bank, but from our own fund we have made Porda Bridge. Porda Bridge is a great job. It's another part of our country, there is no communications in land. We have made land for this communication with the Porda Bridge. And I think at this time we have excepting one that is Bola, we have made all over the country, we have made land communications. And some speaker says, the price of gas and electricity. If before the war it was $8, now it is $60. How much subsidy government can give? We don't want to become Sri Lanka. We have to sustain our country. But still then, the price we made price higher. Still then we are giving subsidy. These garments people and textile people, you told us, you told us to government people that we are ready to give price higher, but you have to give electricity and gas non-interference. Now the government is ready. Government have increased the price. The government is ready. And within few days, government has told you within few days, gas patient electricity will come smoothly. I think those who are using boilers and electricity captive power, I think from 2 or 3 days, 1 week, you are getting better pressure in gas. Is it correct? Government has imported gas and it gives it to line, and it is increasing day by day. I think within a week or two, gas pressure will become smoother, and you can keep who are using captive power and whoever is using boilers and other things, you will get the real normal pressure as it was. So nothing to worry about that. You will get everything. Whatever government says, government apply that. Our Prime Minister is very much our business friendly, and I think in whatever these garments and textile ministry meet the Prime Minister, I was over there, but she was always supportive. He was always supportive to the private sector. Actually, the government is not doing any business now. Government is not doing it. As I am in jute sector also, there are 25 jute mills. That was all closed. Government will not do any business. Now in jute sector and textile sector, there are few textiles mills where with us that's closed. That's we are giving it PPP system or lease. Anyway, government is not doing any business in government sector, public sector, and you are all private sector. You the private sector people, you are the brave chap. I think you are brave chap. Because also you have to say, my Prime Minister is so courageous, so courageous. In the COVID-19 period, all garments and textile ministries, all was closed. Everything got afraid. Every labor thought he will die in COVID. They all gone to home. After 1 or 2 weeks, government has declared 50 billion, that is 50 billion taka. Is it correct? 50 billion taka. There's 50 billion taka. 50 billion taka incentive package to garments and other industries. Then you started your factory. All workers came from outside. I mean, Nayanganj was a hub of Corona. That is hub. Even then, all workers came to the came to industry, they started industry. And all industry, at the same time, all industries started their working. Due to her courage, you are at the $45 billion journey now at present. Otherwise, if it is closed, you could not achieve that $42 billion. It is due to our Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, who was courageous at the COVID-19, and at the same time, our Prime Minister has advancedly booked the COVID vaccine from India. There are many body discussed negatively that why Sheikh Hasina has given Indian people for the vaccine. Even then vaccine has came, and we're safe from the COVID now. Anyway, our Prime Minister is doing business with you. Our government is doing supportive with you. And everywhere, whatever you in difficulty, you come with us or with our Prime Minister. Will achieve achieve everything what you want, and will support everything as long the Prime Minister is alive. As long the Prime Minister is alive, you can achieve everything in your business. Thank you so much. Goodbye to you all. Assalamu alaikum.
Minister, thank you. Thank you. What a brilliant session. Please, I think we should just congratulate the entire panel once again for their fabulous contributions. Thank you. Oh, quick photo.
Thank you, everyone. Please, we'll have now a photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, now everyone is requested to go for lunch on the hall named Celebrity. Lunch will be given in the hall Celebrity.
FBCCI. It was a wonderful gathering. To me, the inaugurations, it was really a very wonderful speech has been delivered by the key government personnel, which was a complete inspiring really for Saudi investment and for other international investment.
There are some countries in the world where you can just feel the fizz of entrepreneurialism. Everybody's got a deal or a factory or a business or a this or a that. Bangladesh is one of those places. The number of people who just couldn't wait to get their cards into my hand. Now, they're not doing it because they honestly expect me to do a deal, but they want to get forward their view of this country.
Congratulations. 2041 সালের মধ্যে বাংলাদেশকে একটি উচ্চ আয়ের উন্নত সমৃদ্ধ এবং উদ্ভাবনী স্মার্ট বাংলাদেশ হিসেবে বিনির্মাণের জন্য আমাদের অভিযাত্রায় যুক্ত হতে উদাত্ত আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি।
FBCCI. It was a wonderful gathering. To me, the inaugurations, it was really a very wonderful speech has been delivered by the key government personnel, which was a complete inspiring really for Saudi investment and for other international investment.
There are some countries in the world where you can just feel the fizz of entrepreneurialism. Everybody's got a deal or a factory or a business or a this or a that. Bangladesh is one of those places. The number of people who just couldn't wait to get their cards into my hand. Now, they're not doing it because they honestly expect me to do a deal, but they want to get forward their view of this country.
This weekend to choose their next president, but many of the country's youngest and brightest are looking to leave Nigeria, frustrated with its shortcomings. We'll have that when we come back.
We can say Bangladesh is an economic marvel, and it's the new Bangladesh. In the last 12 years, Bangladesh became $470 billion economy.
Do you think Bangladesh can be a role model for developing countries?
On the backdrop of robust infrastructural growth and social equity, Bangladesh set the ground right for the future. It is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. Bangladesh is now firmly on course to be a developed nation by 2041. With the continuous policy support for business, we the private sector are taking the challenge. Our population is now converting into human assets, and with the advantage of natural geographical location, we are the future manufacturing hub for the world.
It definitely seems like a great opportunity for businesses.
Exactly. In the Golden Jubilee celebration, the Federation of Bangladesh Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FBCCI, is welcoming global business leaders to join Bangladesh Business Summit for strengthening partnership with the trillion-dollar journey.
The world is... Millions of Nigerians will head to the polls this weekend to choose their next president, but many of the country's youngest and brightest are looking to leave Nigeria, frustrated with its shortcomings. We'll have that when we come back.
We can say Bangladesh is an economic marvel, and it's the new Bangladesh. In the last 12 years, Bangladesh became $470 billion economy.
Do you think Bangladesh can be a role model for developing countries?
On the backdrop of robust infrastructural growth and social equity, Bangladesh set the ground right for the future. It is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. Bangladesh is now firmly on course to be a developed nation by 2041. With the continuous policy support for business, we the private sector are taking the challenge. Our population is now converting into human assets, and with the advantage of natural geographical location, we are the future manufacturing hub for the world.
It definitely seems like a great opportunity for businesses.
Exactly. In the Golden Jubilee celebration, the Federation of Bangladesh Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FBCCI, is welcoming global business leaders to join Bangladesh Business Summit for strengthening partnership with the trillion-dollar journey.
Individuals, millions of Nigerians will...
This is the largest delta in the world. This is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. This will be the 9th largest consumer market by 2030. This is the land where peace drives prosperity. Planning leads the progress. This is the market where investors are making the most. The land and ocean connect the world and business. This land made a modern manufacturing hub for today and tomorrow's world. The last decade's development defines the future. Integrated approach of infrastructure and innovation. This is to accelerate the trillion-dollar journey. Bangladesh Business Summit 2023.
Individuals in the case. Stay with us.
This is the largest delta in the world. This is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. This will be the 9th largest consumer market by 2030. This is the land where peace drives prosperity. Planning leads the progress. This is the market where investors are making the most. The land and ocean connect the world and business. This land made a modern manufacturing hub for today and tomorrow's world. The last decade's development defines the future. Integrated approach of infrastructure and innovation. This is to accelerate the trillion-dollar journey.
Millions of Nigerians will head to the polls this weekend to choose their next president, but many of the country's youngest and brightest are looking to leave Nigeria, frustrated with its shortcomings. We'll have that when we come back.
You can say Bangladesh is an economic marvel, and it's a new Bangladesh. In the last 12 years, Bangladesh became $470 billion economy.
Do you think Bangladesh can be a role model for developing countries?
On the backdrop of robust infrastructural growth and social equity, Bangladesh set the ground right for the future. It is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. Bangladesh is now firmly on course to be a developed nation by 2041. With the continuous policy support for business, we the private sector are taking the challenge. Our population is now converting into human assets, and with the advantage of natural geographical location, we are the future manufacturing hub for the world.
It definitely seems like a great opportunity for businesses.
Exactly. In the Golden Jubilee celebration, the Federation of Bangladesh Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FBCCI, is welcoming global business leaders to join Bangladesh Business Summit for strengthening partnership with the trillion-dollar journey.
The world is
Nishimura Yasutoshi, Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan. First of all, I'd like to congratulate FBCCI on its 50th anniversary and the successful holding of the Bangladesh Business Summit 2023. I would also like to express my sincerest gratitude to FBCCI and the government of Bangladesh for organizing the Japan session as the one and only country-specific session in this important summit. Last year, Japan and Bangladesh celebrated their Golden Jubilee. Japan was one of the first countries to recognize Bangladesh as a nation-state in 1972. Thanks to the tremendous efforts of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, we have enjoyed firm bilateral relations. Bangladesh is well known in Japan as one of the most Japan-friendly countries in Asia. A Japanese company in my hometown of Kobe, Koizumi Seima, founded in 1890, made its fortune with the textiles business utilizing jute imported from the area of now Bangladesh, and it is highly active in Japan even today. I myself have also been active for the sake of Bangladesh as the Secretary General of the Japan-Bangladesh Parliamentary Friendship League. The history of our economic relations started with humanitarian aid and expanded to infrastructure such as the construction of Jamuna Bridge, development of the Matabari area, including its deep sea port, and establishment of Dhaka International Airport, thereby contributing to the economic development of Bangladesh. These days, we can find many Japanese companies investing in Bangladesh. In 2021, foreign direct investment from Japan to Bangladesh reached a record high of approximately 910 billion US dollars, the highest amount in the past 5 years. The number of Japanese companies operating in Bangladesh also reached a record high of 324 in 2021, tripling over the past 10 years. These Japanese companies have contributed to the upgrading and diversification of the industries in Bangladesh, not only for the textile sector, where Bangladesh has advantages, but also for various other sectors, such as manufacturing, including motorcycles, the chemical industry, energy, healthcare, and IT. Of the Golden Jubilee, the Bangladesh Special Economic Zone, BSEZ, a public-private joint project between our two countries, started operations, and Japanese manufacturers are now beginning to make inroads into the BSEZ. In addition, Bangladesh's first ever metro, the Dhaka Metro, supported by Japan's ODA loan, was opened as witnessed by the Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Bangladesh has achieved a significant economic growth.
Millions of Nigerians
in
will head to the polls this weekend to choose their next president, but many of the country's youngest and brightest are looking to leave Nigeria, frustrated with its shortcomings. We'll have that when we come back.
We can say Bangladesh is an economic marvel, and it's a new Bangladesh. In the last 12 years, Bangladesh became $470 billion economy.
Do you think Bangladesh can be a role model for developing countries?
On the backdrop of robust infrastructural growth and social equity, Bangladesh set the ground right for the future. It is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. Bangladesh is now firmly on course to be a developed nation by 2041. With the continuous policy support for business, we the private sector are taking the challenge. Our population is now converting into human assets, and with the advantage of natural geographical location, we are the future manufacturing hub for the world.
It definitely seems like a great opportunity for businesses.
Exactly. In the Golden Jubilee celebration, the Federation of Bangladesh Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FBCCI, is welcoming global business leaders to join Bangladesh Business Summit for strengthening partnership with the trillion-dollar journey.
The world is... Millions of Nigerians will head to the polls this weekend to choose their next president, but many of the country's youngest and brightest are looking to leave Nigeria, frustrated with its shortcomings. We'll have that when we come back.
We can say Bangladesh is an economic marvel, and it's a new Bangladesh. In the last 12 years, Bangladesh became $470 billion economy.
Do you think Bangladesh can be a role model for developing countries?
On the backdrop of robust infrastructural growth and social equity, Bangladesh set the ground right for the future. It is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. Bangladesh is now firmly on course to be a developed nation by 2041. With the continuous policy support for business, we the private sector are taking the challenge. Our population is now converting into human assets, and with the advantage of natural geographical location, we are the future manufacturing hub for the world.
It definitely seems like a great opportunity for businesses.
Exactly. In the Golden Jubilee celebration, the Federation of Bangladesh Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FBCCI, is welcoming global business leaders to join Bangladesh Business Summit for strengthening partnership with the trillion-dollar journey.
Individuals in the case.
Millions of
Stay with us.
by 2030. This is the land where peace drives prosperity. Planning leads the progress. This is the market where investors are making the most. The land and ocean connect the world and business. This land made a modern manufacturing hub for today and tomorrow's world. The last decade's development defines the future. Integrated approach of infrastructure and innovation. This is to accelerate the trillion-dollar journey. Bangladesh Business Summit 2023.
Individuals in the case, stay with us.
This is the largest delta in the world. This is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. This will be the 9th largest consumer market by 2030. This is the land where peace drives prosperity. Planning leads the progress. This is the market where investors are making the most. The land and ocean connect the world and business. This land made a modern manufacturing hub for today and tomorrow's world. The last decade's development defines the future. Integrated approach of infrastructure and innovation. This is to accelerate the trillion-dollar journey. Bangladesh Business Summit 2023.
Individuals in the case, stay with us.
This is the largest delta in the world. This is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. This will be the 9th largest consumer market by 2030. This is the land where peace drives prosperity. Planning leads the progress. This is the market where investors are making the most. The land and ocean connect the world and business. This land made a modern manufacturing hub for today and tomorrow's world. The last decade's development defines the future. Integrated approach of infrastructure and innovation. This is to accelerate the trillion-dollar journey. Bangladesh Business Summit 2023.
Individuals in the case, stay with us.
This is the largest delta in the world. This is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. This will be the 9th largest consumer market by 2030. This is the land where peace drives prosperity. Planning leads the progress.
Check.
This is the market where investors are making the most. The land and ocean connect the world and business. This land made a modern manufacturing hub for today and tomorrow's world. The last decade's development defines the future. Integrated approach of infrastructure and innovation. This is to accelerate the trillion-dollar journey. Bangladesh Business Summit 2023.
Individuals in the case, stay with us.
This is the largest delta in the world. This is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. This will be the 9th largest consumer market by 2030. This is the land where peace drives prosperity.
সালের মধ্যে বাংলাদেশকে একটি উচ্চ আয়ের উন্নত ও সমৃদ্ধ এবং উদ্ভাবনী স্মার্ট বাংলাদেশ হিসেবে বিনির্মাণের জন্য আমাদের অভিযাত্রায় যুক্ত হতে উদাত্ত আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি।
FBCCI. It was a wonderful gathering. To me, the inaugurations, it was really a very wonderful speech has been delivered by the key government personnel, which was a complete inspiring really for Saudi investment and for other international investment.
There are some countries in the world where you can just feel the fizz of entrepreneurialism. Everybody's got a deal or a factory or a business or a this or a that. Bangladesh is one of those places. The number of people who just couldn't wait to get their cards into my hand. Now, they're not doing it because they honestly expect me to do a deal, but they want to get forward their view of this country.
সালের মধ্যে বাংলাদেশকে একটি উচ্চ আয়ের উন্নত সমৃদ্ধ এবং উদ্ভাবনী স্মার্ট বাংলাদেশ হিসেবে বিনির্মাণের জন্য আমাদের অভিযাত্রায় যুক্ত হতে উদাত্ত আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি।
FBCCI. It was a wonderful gathering. To me, the inaugurations, it was really a very wonderful speech has been delivered by the key government personnel, which was a complete inspiring really for Saudi investment and for other international investment.
There are some countries in the world where you can just feel the fizz of entrepreneurialism. Everybody's got a deal or a factory or a business or a this or a that. Bangladesh is one of those places. The number of people who just couldn't wait to get their cards into my hand. Now, they're not doing it because they honestly expect me to do a deal, but they want to get forward their view of this country.
সালের মধ্যে বাংলাদেশকে একটি উচ্চ আয়ের উন্নত সমৃদ্ধ এবং উদ্ভাবনী স্মার্ট বাংলাদেশ হিসেবে বিনির্মাণের জন্য আমাদের অভিযাত্রায় যুক্ত হতে উদাত্ত আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি।
FBCCI. It was a wonderful gathering. To me, the inaugurations, it was really a very wonderful speech has been delivered by the key government personnel, which was a complete inspiring really for Saudi investment and for other international investment.
There are some countries in the world where you can just feel the fizz of entrepreneurialism. Everybody's got a deal or a factory or a business or a this or a that. Bangladesh is one of those places. The number of people who just couldn't wait to get their cards into my hand. Now, they're not doing it because they honestly expect me to do a deal, but they want to get forward their view of this country.
সালের মধ্যে বাংলাদেশকে একটি উচ্চ আয়ের উন্নত সমৃদ্ধ এবং উদ্ভাবনী স্মার্ট বাংলাদেশ হিসেবে বিনির্মাণের জন্য আমাদের অভিযাত্রায় যুক্ত হতে উদাত্ত আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি।
FBCCI. It was a wonderful gathering. To me, the inaugurations, it was really a very wonderful speech has been delivered by the key government personnel, which was a complete inspiring really for Saudi investment and for other international investment.
There are some countries in the world where you can just feel the fizz of entrepreneurialism. Everybody's got a deal or a factory or a business or a this or a that. Bangladesh is one of those places. The number of people who just couldn't wait to get their cards into my hand. Now, they're not doing it because they honestly expect me to do a deal, but they want to get forward their view of this country.
2041 সালের মধ্যে বাংলাদেশকে একটি উচ্চ আয়ের উন্নত সমৃদ্ধ এবং উদ্ভাবনী স্মার্ট বাংলাদেশ হিসেবে বিনির্মাণের জন্য আমাদের অভিযাত্রায় যুক্ত হতে উদাত্ত আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি।
FBCCI. It was a wonderful gathering. To me, the inaugurations, it was really a very wonderful speech has been delivered by the key government personnel, which was a complete inspiring really for Saudi investment and for other international investment.
There are some countries in the world where you can just feel the fizz of entrepreneurialism. Everybody's got a deal or a factory or a business or a this or a that. Bangladesh is one of those places. The number of people who just couldn't wait to get their cards into my hand. Now, they're not doing it because they honestly expect me to do a deal, but they want to get forward their view of this country.
2041 সালের মধ্যে বাংলাদেশকে একটি উচ্চ আয়ের উন্নত সমৃদ্ধ এবং উদ্ভাবনী স্মার্ট বাংলাদেশ হিসেবে বিনির্মাণের জন্য আমাদের অভিযাত্রায় যুক্ত হতে উদাত্ত আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি।
FBCCI. It was a wonderful gathering. To me, the inaugurations, it was really a very wonderful speech has been delivered by the key government personnel, which was a complete inspiring really for Saudi investment and for other international investment.
There are some countries in the world where you can just feel the fizz of entrepreneurialism. Everybody's got a deal or a factory or a business or a this or a that. Bangladesh is one of those places. The number of people who just couldn't wait to get their cards into my hand. Now, they're not doing it because they honestly expect me to do a deal, but they want to get forward their view of this country.
Some see just a country. Some see just people. Some just see a land. We see opportunity. We see development. We see bridges, infrastructure, and power. We see millions of lives shining on for billions of lives. We see a nation full of promises and surprises. Bangladesh is one of the fastest growing economies in the world, owing to economic and political stability. Thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's vision to become an upper middle income country by next decade and a developed country by 2041. As in the words of the Prime Minister herself, Bangladesh is moving forward and will move forward. The tiger economy has one of the most fertile soils in the world, naturally making it one of the top producers of food, supplying some of the world's biggest economies with everyday produce. Bangladesh is celebrated around the world as a leading textile, and one of the top RMG exporters, supplying to the most prestigious brands. Today, Bangladesh has earned itself a place amongst one of the most reliable sources for procuring medicines at international quality. It is supplying medicines to the world while also meeting local demands. The leather and leather goods industry of Bangladesh have been set as a high priority sector by the government, owing to rising global demands. Bangladesh and jute are woven in tradition and culture. It is no surprise that jute is one of the largest export items from Bangladesh. It is also the second largest jute exporter in the world. The use of plastic goods and products is increasing day by day. This has also expanded the size of the industry, contributing 1% to the GDP. And the ceramics industry is also evolving with new demands, housing over 68 manufacturing factories within the country. With a new industrial revolution looming over the horizon, Bangladesh's electronics industry is growing at lightning speed. The automobile industry is also spreading its wings. The introduction of local assembly lines will reduce prices and boost sales at a paramount rate. The government of Bangladesh plans to establish 100 economic zones to generate an additional $40 billion worth of export earnings by 2030. Light engineering sector has been designated as a high priority sector and is eligible for receiving favorable incentives and facilities. The global digital market has increased exponentially, and Bangladesh has set the target to become an innovative, efficient and knowledge-based smart economy by 2041. Bangladesh is on the verge of tapping into the trillion-dollar industry with effective logistics. Bangladesh's financial sector has grown significant in recent decades, helping to provide financial intermediation for industrial growth and socio-economic development. Demand for electricity in Bangladesh is projected to reach 50,000 megawatts by 2041. Bangladesh is seeking to stimulate economic growth, innovation, efficiency in project delivery and operations, while providing a chance to expand for the private sector businesses. Potential strategic location is Bangladesh acting as a bridge in South and Southeast Asia. Holding on to the vision set by Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman 50 years ago, still instills courage in our hearts to dream, and dream big. The same philosophy has led to Sheikh Hasina's bold move for Smart Bangladesh. One that will thrive, one that will prosper, and one that will move and keep moving forward. The Federation of Bangladesh Chambers of Commerce and Industry celebrates 50 years of progress and promises the world the best of the tiger economy. Now is the time for the world to brace itself for the roaring tigers that are coming to the global market. It is time for everyone to get ready for Bangladesh. It's time that a prophecy comes true.
Very good afternoon to all of our dignitaries, panelists, speakers, and the esteemed audiences. Today, we are going to have our parallel session 5. It's basically on Japan-Bangladesh trade investment, opportunities, and way forward. We would like to welcome Mr. Lokman Hussain Mian, Executive Chairman, BIDA, to give his introductory remarks as a session chair. Thank you. We welcome with applause Mr. Lokman Hussain Mian. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chief Guest, the Minister of the Foreign Affairs, Dr. A.K.M. Abdul Momen. He is on the way. I think very soon he will join us. Guest of honor, the Japan Ambassador of Bangladesh, His Excellency Mr. Yama Kiwanuro, Distinguished Keynote Speaker, Regional CEO, ASEAN and Southeast Asian Managing Director, Marubeni Corporation, Mr. Takishi, and Managing Director of Bangladesh CG Limited, Mr. Taro Kawasi, distinguished business leader from home and abroad, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, very good afternoon to all. I am delighted to join you today as a session. I sincerely thank the Japan External Trade Organization, JETRO, for organizing of this session. I have taken carefully note, but this session will be very successful and discussion will be winning for the Bangladesh and Japan also. I assure you, BIDA is directly support the implementation of any positive decision that will come out of this today's session. Ladies and gentlemen, under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, Bangladesh has become one of the most profitable investment destination in the world. I will briefly mention some features of the Sonar Bangla we are building. Our standing, including our high corporate profitable domestic market of over than near about 170 million people, 45 million youth who make up 28% of the population, 85 million will from our MAC population by 2030. We offer the most competitive wage among the countries of ASEAN and Oceania. We have highly supportive government policies and we are resilient against shock. Our efficiencies combating COVID-19 is widely recognized. I have opportunity that time I was Senior Secretary, Ministry of Health. Within our few days, we thanks to the people of the Japan and government of the Japan, they donated near about 4.3 million AstraZeneca vaccine during that time. But you know, in COVID management, in Bangladesh, our position is #1 in the Asia, #5 in the world also. Single day, we vaccinated near about 12.65 million. It's a world record. Ladies and gentlemen, extending overall cooperation with Japan is a big focus of the Honorable Prime Minister. Japan is a historic friend of Bangladesh, and this friendship is translated to a strong cooperation in multiple areas. Japan has provided generous support for the development of game-changing infrastructure in Bangladesh. This included Bangladesh's first deep sea port in Matarbari and 1,200 megawatt power plant, the third terminal at the Dhaka International Airport, Dhaka Mass Rapid Transit Development Project, etc. Japan has built on the exclusive economic zone in Arai Hazar Naranganj also. Japanese company have been adding value and creating job in Bangladesh. There are about 320 companies in Bangladesh. They are feeling more and more confidence. We have learned from the JETRO research that Japanese company have ranked Bangladesh third in terms of the profit growth and fourth in the terms of business confidence in Asia and Oceania also. 65% of the Japanese companies are confident about profiting this year, up to from 43% last year. All these are very good indicator of our growing cooperation and mutual growth. However, we cannot stop now. We have to much more competitive about attractive Japanese investment, especially considering the current difficult global FDI outlook and our need to diversify our export before our graduation of LDC. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been listening Japanese businessmen about the facility they needed, and we are committed to make a progress also. You know, Bangladesh is the very good destination for investment because through BIDA, those who are foreign investors, they have package facility. If you invest here, if you import capital machinery, they are tax and VAT only 1 to 2%. And raw material next 10 years is no required tax also. Not only that, there is also warehouse facility also. Your dividends and profit, any moment, any time, you can transfer it in your country without any legal reform also. Import capital machinery and raw material also, and approve of the foreign loan also. We can also get dedicated support from our Japanese DX office in BIDA. Not only that, you know, near about 23 agencies, we provide 67 services in 24/7 hours. We hope next 3 months, within 3 months, 100% services will be provided on stop services. It is time-bound and transparent, and any moment, any time, it is 24-hour provided to your services. 100% of foreign application are processed in time. You will be happy to know that by the end of this year, all services before the end of this year, all services will provide OSS services. So we request our friend from Japanese investor, Bangladesh is a very good destination for investment here, because if you invest here, your investment is secured. Not only that, we have a very good relation with our neighboring country. You can enjoy 300 crore people market in this region also. If made in Bangladesh, your goods fly any part of the world also. So you are most welcome to invest in Bangladesh, because Japanese are very good friend. If Japan in Bangladesh, it's a very positive signal, all of the investor also. So we have and had very good relation with Japan investor. Bangladesh becoming more industrialization, so there are many sectors there: shipbuilding, tourism, power, energy. Also, you know, in pharmaceutical, we fulfill near about 98% in our own demand. We also export near about 151 countries, including US and UK also. And IT sector is a very vibrant sector. Last year, we have near about 7 lakh freelancer. We are the second largest in this position, but there is various scope. By this time, government established 100 special economic zone and 39 IT park also. There is huge scope there. You know, every year, very good number of near about 35 lakh young generation, they join the job market also. 10 lakh, they fly abroad the country, 25, they are job seeker. With compare at the Asia region, a very competitive price, you can avail this employee also. So there is huge facility of this sector. We can prove you with more details if you want our investment. We are always ready. BIDA is always ready to provide it all sort of support and cooperation also. Any moment, any time, I personally and officially request you please contact with me with telephone, with email, and etc. Our dedicated team is ready to provide full-hearted support. Thank you all for hearing me. Jai Bangla, Jai Bangabandhu Bangla.
Thank you, sir, for your vibrant speech. And we look forward to get all the policy support to expand our export with Japan. Thank you. Now we would like to, we are honored to play the video message by Mr. Yasutoshi Nishimura, Honorable Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry, Government of Japan. Now we are going to play the video message from him. Thank you.
Distinguished guests and friends in Bangladesh, good afternoon. This is Nishimura Yasutoshi, Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan. First of all, I'd like to congratulate FBCCI on its 50th anniversary and the successful holding of the Bangladesh Business Summit 2023. I would also like to express my sincerest gratitude to FBCCI and the government of Bangladesh for organizing the Japan session as the one and only country-specific session in this important summit. Last year, Japan and Bangladesh celebrated their Golden Jubilee. Japan was one of the first countries to recognize Bangladesh as a nation state in 1972. Thanks to the tremendous efforts of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, we have enjoyed firm bilateral relations. Bangladesh is well known in Japan as one of the most Japan-friendly countries in Asia. A Japanese company in my hometown of Kobe, Koizumi Seima, founded in 1890, made its fortune with the textiles business, utilizing jute imported from the infrastructure, such as the construction of Jomuna Bridge, development of the Matabari area, including its deep sea port, and establishment of Dhaka International Airport, thereby contributing to the economic development of Bangladesh. These days, we can find many Japanese companies investing in Bangladesh. In 2021, foreign direct investment from Japan to Bangladesh reached a record high of approximately 910 billion US dollars, the highest amount in the past 5 years. The number of Japanese companies operating in Bangladesh also reached a record high of 324 in 2021, tripling over the past 10 years. These Japanese companies have contributed to the upgrading and diversification of the industries in Bangladesh, not only for the textile sector, where Bangladesh has advantages, but also for various other sectors, such as manufacturing, including motorcycles, the chemical industry, energy, healthcare, and IT. Last December, symbolizing the achievement of the Golden Jubilee, the Bangladesh Special Economic Zone, BSEZ, a public-private joint project between our two countries, started operations, and Japanese manufacturers are now beginning to make inroads into the BSEZ. In addition, Bangladesh's first ever metro, the Dhaka Metro, supported by Japan's ODA loan, was opened as witnessed by the Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Bangladesh has achieved significant economic growth in recent years, and it is projected to achieve world-class growth of 7.2% in this fiscal year. This will further increase the potential of Bangladesh. About 10 years ago, I myself had a chance to visit Dhaka, I directly felt the great potential of Bangladesh through observing the hardworking and positive Bangladesh people and the boom of global and Japanese companies coming into the country. Today, more than 70% of Japanese companies in Bangladesh have expressed their willingness to expand their business there in the next 1 to 2 years. I believe the success of this session is also a good example of this. The Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, METI, will also strengthen its efforts to support the Bangladesh shift by Japanese companies. First, we will discuss the new direction of trade relations with Bangladesh through the jointly study group on the possibility of a Japan-Bangladesh Economic Partnership Agreement, which both governments decided to launch last December. Secondly, we will pursue the RS holding of a Bangladesh-Japan public-private joint economic dialogue to enhance bilateral cooperation, effective for the business sector to contribute to upgrading Bangladesh industry. Thirdly, we will seek cooperation in the clean energy field for diverse and realistic energy transition, utilizing all energy resources and technologies so that we can simultaneously achieve economic growth and carbon neutrality, which is an urgent global issue. We hope that the government of Bangladesh and FBCCI will continue their initiatives to enhance the business environment in Bangladesh and make it even more attractive so that Bangladesh will become a strategic location for Japanese companies on the same level of ASEAN as a destination for supply chain diversification and a hub of highly motivated, high-quality human resources. I'd like to conclude my remarks by wishing the very best to the participants who will lead our economic relations in the future. Onek Dondobat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Mr. Yasutoshi Nishimura, Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry of Government of Japan, for your valuable inputs on opportunities and investment from Japan. We thank you on behalf of FBCCI and from our nation to be with us today. Thank you again. Actually, we are segregating this session into two parts. Now, we will be having our keynote presentation sessions. Then, followed by that, we will have our panel discussion. So, now I would like to welcome Mr. Takeshi Mamiya, Regional CEO, ASEAN and South Asia Managing Director, Marubeni ASEAN, representative from JBCCEC, Japan-Bangladesh Committee for Commerce and Economic Cooperation, Mr. Takeshi Mamiya. Let's have your keynote. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chief guest, His Excellency, Dr. A.K. Abdul Momen, MP, Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. Special guest, His Excellency, Mr. Iwama Kiminori, Honorable Ambassador of Japan to Bangladesh. Session Chair, Honorable Executive Chairman of Bangladesh Investment Development Authority, BIDA, Mr. Lokman Hossain Mia. Moderator, Mr. Yuji Ando, keynote speaker, Mr. Taro Kawachi, distinguished panelists, and all the guests and participants from Japan, Bangladesh, and around the world. Good afternoon. Konnichiwa. My name is Mamiya, Regional CEO of Marubeni Corporation, based in Singapore and responsible for the ASEAN and Southwest region. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this auspicious event, Bangladesh Business Summit 2023. And congratulations to FBCCI for the great turnout from all quarters. I would also like to thank JETRO in organizing this Japan-Bangladesh bilateral session, and I am honored. Materials needed here, machineries and products from overseas, constructing and investing in power plants and infrastructure. Since 2015, Marubeni's chairman has served as the chairman of Japan-Bangladesh Committee for Commercial and Economic Cooperation, for which the Japan Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Tokyo serves as their secretariat. Today, I would like to talk about Japan-Bangladesh economic relations from private sector perspective in two standpoints, one from Japan-Bangladesh Committee and another from Marubeni's experience in conducting business in Bangladesh and in Asia. Following Japan's diplomatic recognition of Bangladesh in February 1972, ahead of many other nations, JICA started dispatching overseas cooperation volunteers in 1973, and in 1974, an economic mission headed by Mr. Shigeo Nagano, president of the Japan Chamber of Commerce and Industry, was dispatched. These sequence of events marked the commencement of economic cooperation between the public and private sectors of Japan and Bangladesh. The relationship continues to expand in line with Bangladesh economic growth, and JICA continues to provide large-scale project support to mega infrastructure projects, such as the new subway system in Dhaka MRT, to alleviate traffic challenges, integrated industrial port development in Matabari, new Terminal 3 construction at Dhaka International Airport, and the Jamuna Railway Bridge enhancing connectivity. Owing to these infrastructure developments, the number of Japanese companies operating in Bangladesh is increasing year by year and currently stands at 340 companies. I would like to talk about some sectors in which many Japanese companies are currently working, such as RMG sector, infrastructure sector, and the new sectors where future growth can be expected, and how these sectors can contribute to the elevation of bilateral relationships. First, on RMG manufacture and export. Let me address this sector, which is the most important industry of Bangladesh today, as it contributes roughly 80% of foreign currency earning. This sector is also important for Japanese companies. Since around 2010, many Japanese companies have moved into Bangladesh from China or Southeast Asia, aiming to shift and expand their production base. The number of companies entering the market is steadily increasing, and the transaction volume has been increasing. In the year 2020-21, the overall export amount from Bangladesh to Japan was US $1 billion, out of which 80% of that was RMG related. We expect this trend to continue its growth, but so will the wage level naturally increase in line with the economic advancement of Bangladesh. Going forward, companies will have to seek for more productivity, less dependence on workforce and its competitive wage, and gradually shift its production into higher value products. Today, where many RMGs are relatively simple products made from 100% cotton and knitted products, new materials, blended fabrics, man-made fibers, functional materials are introduced into market. Adding higher value products such as outerwear and suits will be a good strategy. Japan textile machinery industry has continued to support Bangladesh RMG industry with its product and can continue to provide the high efficient technological solution needed by the industry from time to time. And to ease the burden of upfront CapEx investment, JICA offers a two-step loan facility with favorable rates to support such investment. but when we can and will be pleased to provide an overall solution to the RMG industry. With Bangladesh graduating LDC status in 2026, entering of EPA between Japan and Bangladesh is of utmost importance for the continued development of textile industry. A joint study group was launched last December between the two governments, and it is hoped that the joint study will progress well so that the Bangladesh graduation from LDC in 2026 will not affect the RNG export to Japan. Next, let me touch on the infrastructure sector. There's no doubt in anybody's mind that a well-planned infrastructure forms the backbone to any nation building and economic activities. Effective and efficient infrastructure is the key to global competitiveness, needless to say, for the well-being of citizens of Bangladesh. Infrastructure development needs in Bangladesh is enormous and challenging. Japanese government and JICA in recent years have committed large sums of concessionary loan. To be a bit more specific, $2.5 billion equivalent in 2019, $3.4 billion in 2020, and $2.8 billion in 2021. And Bangladesh is the largest recipient in the world from Japan, to support critical structures, such as MRTs, airport terminals, bridges, roads, and port development projects, as I mentioned earlier. Many Japanese engaged in these projects are working diligently to deliver on time and to the level of quality expected from us. When completed, for sure, these projects will be tremendous contribution to Bangladesh economy. But more needs to be done. Alternative financial resources will need to be mobilized depending on the nature and risk profile of the project, such as the JBIC loan facility or a PPP scheme where private risk money can be invited to partake in the development. Personally, I was in charge of power project development in Bangladesh in my earlier career and implemented both yen credit finance project by JICA as well as JBIC finance projects. Our company also implemented a $1 billion fertilizer plant in Bangladesh with the support of JBIC facility. May be interesting to note that February this year, the governor of JBIC visited Bangladesh, met with Bangladesh Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Industry, and expressed JBIC's intention of further support for Bangladesh. For the PPP scheme, MOC signed in 2017 between Bangladesh PPP Agency and Japan's Ministry of Land Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism was extended October last year, and several projects have since been added for consideration. Hopefully, this PPP working platform will pave the way for private sector to consider investment in infrastructure projects in Bangladesh. In the past, Bangladesh has implemented many IPP projects under the support of World Bank. Therefore, I believe that the Bangladesh is already accustomed to how the public and private divides its role, risk, and responsibility to jointly pursue capital-intensive projects. New areas of focus will be the ICT field and manufacturing in special economic zones. As for special economic zones, BSEZ will be introduced later, following myself. So I would like to touch on the ICT sector. As we are all aware, Honorable Prime Minister has put a lot of effort to grow the IT sector under the policy Digital Bangladesh. Recently, aiming to become a developed country by 2041, the policy has been upgraded to Smart Bangladesh. Bangladesh is targeting to export value of $5 billion by 2025 in IT sector. Every year, tens of thousands of fresh graduates majoring in computer science and engineering in Bangladesh are born. quickly catching up with the countries such as India and Vietnam. IT engineers of various classes are in shortage globally, particularly in Japan, and I have no doubt that going forward, the world will be relying on competitive IT resources coming out of Bangladesh. During my recent trip here, I had an opportunity to learn how Bangladesh has already made significant advancement in digitalizing the society through utilization of mobile phones, leveraging on the traditional trade shops for cash and cashless solutions, also addressing the financial inclusion of unbanked areas. Instead of simply replicating business model in developed nations, it is tailor-made to adopt different local environment to suit Bangladesh. I think Japan will have a lot to learn from Bangladesh, the policies and implementation of digitizing the society. In closing, Japan and Bangladesh have come long way in deepening our economic relations owing to fabulous relationship between the two governments. However, this is still the beginning of what should be longer, larger, and deeper economic relationship to come. Allow me to introduce some precedents. In Thailand, there are more than 5,000 Japanese manufacturers. In Vietnam, 2,000, and about 1,500 in Indonesia. And these numbers are still growing. In Bangladesh, as I mentioned earlier, the number is still limited to 340 companies registered as to date. This business summit will surely help shorten the psychological distance that exists, but we need to continuously attract attention and interest of potential Japanese companies and businesses into Bangladesh. Attracting FDI is the common goal of most countries in order to create local employment and economic growth. However, it is not something achievable overnight. Companies showing interest in Bangladesh will first want to test the water through import, test marketing of their products before making an FDI commitment. Most of 5,000 Japanese companies in Thailand started their business in Thailand by first importing their product before they finally decided to produce locally. Fast forward, today many of these manufacturers' production base in Thailand have grown to become the export base, contributing significantly to the GDP of Thailand. Japanese companies have tendency to be cautious and require some time to plan and make commitments. But once they do, they are in for long term. Companies maximize local resource and employment, transferring technology through this process, repetitive improvements in efficiency and quality. Learning from the history, what I would like to suggest to Bangladesh government is to develop rules and environment in which private foreign companies can compete in a healthy manner. If policies are made to protect domestic industries, it won't attract foreign investment. Timely policy measures, such as relaxation of import regulations or custom duties, investment incentives, would be appealing to foreign investments. If level playing ground is prepared, private sector can and will bring technology, efficiency, quality, and creativity into Bangladesh. Healthy competition has always proven to bring growth. I would also like to appeal to the companies in Bangladesh to join hands with Japanese companies, invite them to Bangladesh market, leverage the strength and value these companies can provide to pursue mutual growth. Marubeni, being the gateway to the Japanese economy, will be more than happy to be the ambassador for Bangladesh in bridging the economies of Japan and Bangladesh. Thank you very much for the audience.
Thank you, Mr. Nishimura. Sorry, Takeshi Miya. Now, actually, we are going to have second presentation by Mr. Taruk Awasi. Before that, I would like to request Ms. Urbi Islam to call upon to the dais our esteemed panelists, special guests, and guest of honor to the dais. Thank you.
I now kindly request Mr. Lokman Hussain Mia, Executive Chairman, Bangladesh Investment Development Authority, BIDA, to come to the stage. I request guest of honor, His Excellency, Mr. Iwama Kiminori, Ambassador, Embassy of Japan in Bangladesh, to come to the stage. I also request Mr. Yuji Ando, Country Representative, Japan External Trade Organization, JETRO, Bangladesh, to come to the stage and take your seat. Next, I request Mr. Takeshi Mamiya, Managing Director, Marubeni Asian Private Limited. I also request Mr. Taru Kawachi, Managing Director, Bangladesh Sage Limited. Mr. Abdul Haq, Director, Infrastructure Development Company Limited, ICOL, Managing Director, Hawke's Bay Automobile Limited, to come to the stage and take your seat. I also request Mr. Myung-ho Lee, President, Japanese Commerce and Industry Association in Dhaka, JC8 Country Representative for Bangladesh, Mitsubishi Corporation. Lastly, I request Mr. Tetsuro Kano, General Manager, Itochu Corporation, Dhaka, Liaison Office, Vice President, Japan Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry, FBCCI, to take the stage. Now I kindly request today's moderator, Mr. Yuji Ando, Country Representative, Japan External Trade Organization, to carry on the session.
Thank you very much, MC. I would also like to request Mehdi Hassan to up on the stage. Yes, please. And before starting the panel discussion, I'd like to ask Kawachi-san to make a presentation on the BSEZ. Thank you very much. Can you change the screen?
Hello, dear Executive Chairman of BIDA, and also Iwama Taishikaka, and also distinguished guest. Thank you very much for giving me a time to explain about our Bangladesh Special Economic Zone. So taking this time, I want to share the Bangladesh Special Economic Zone situation. Before starting to my presentation, I just want to share the numbers, 175. So what is these numbers? Actually, this 175, the number is, sorry, you cannot see this. Actually, this number is visiting a company to BSEZ for this 1 year. I mean, from April 2022 to March 2023, only this 1 year, 175 companies comes to BSEZ. And also actually the number of the person is more than 400 person is coming to BSEZ. So what I want to say is that everybody is very much focused on the BSEZ. Thank you very much. So I just want to share our location. So the BSEZ is just 30 kilometers from Dhaka. And our development size is 119 hectares. Let's say 470 acres. And we already complete the phase one, let's say 80 hectare, we already start the operation from last December. This is the pictures of BSEZ. Sorry, it's hard for you to see that the size is let's say, 1,700 meters multiply 500 meters. This is our BSEZ's size. This is the pictures of BSEZ. So you can see that we already complete and also we already start the operation. I want to share, this is our company logo. You know very well that Japan flag and the Bangladesh flag is very similar. So our logo is mix up the Japan and the Bangladesh flag. And also our concept is Japan quality in Bangladesh. So sometimes, especially the many Bangladesh persons say that Japan economic zone. Yes, it's correct that the Japan company is operating the industrial park. But we are not only specialty to the Japan companies. We receive the global companies. And we provide the Japan quality in Bangladesh. This is our concept. So to, let's say, act the Japan quality, to achieve the Japan quality, the economic zone operation is done by Sumitomo Corporation and BEZA. This is a Bangladesh government. And the construction work is done by JGC. This is a Japanese construction company and local developer. And the security is done by ALSOC. This ALSOC is secured Tokyo Olympic. And the telecommunication is managed by Sumitomo and also KDDI. Sorry, you cannot see. Okay. So anyway, what I want to say is, yes, we will keep the Japan quality. That's why we collaborate with Japanese company. But not only Japanese companies, we work with Bangladesh company. This is what I want to share. And this is our sales update. So as I say, we started the operation from last December, but actually we already have 3 companies, Singer and Ludolf. The Singer is a Turkey company, and Ludolf is a German company. And I cannot share the name, but Daily Goods, it's from Japan. And this green one is the reservation agreement. So the Onoda and also Nikka Chemical is already have a reservation agreement. And the other plot is almost under discussion. So what I want to say is that the phase 1 areas we already developed is almost all sold out. So that's why we will expansion the 2023 40 hectare. And currently we receive 30 Japanese company and 10 foreign companies, but we are doing the negotiation discussion. Okay. So this is the last part from myself. So I just want to consider about the history between Japan and Bangladesh. So 1972, the diplomatic relationship between Bangladesh and Japan was started. And through these 50 years, Japan and also Bangladesh collaborate. And between 2022 and 2023, BSEZ, Bangladesh Special Economic Zone, started the operation. And actually, our land use right is 50 years. So from BSEZ, I want to shape the next 50 years together with Bangladesh. This is the message from Bangladesh Special Economic Zone. Thank you very much. Onek Donnobat.
So thank you very much, Kamachi-san, for your great presentation. So we would like to move to the panel discussion and the Q&A session. So I would like to moderate this session on behalf of JETRO. So thank you very much again for joining this session. Actually, today we are very, very happy to know that many of the people, friends are joining this session. And this session is the only country-specific session in this business summit. So thank you very much, FBCCI, to arrange this session, especially for Japan. So, we're also happy to say that by taking this opportunity, JETRO is inviting the business delegation from outside of the country to this venue. And around 10 Japanese companies are joining from outside. So I hope that after this session, some networking session will happen. And so this is my hope. So I would like to go to the questions. Actually, today, 4 successful businessmen in Bangladesh from both countries are joining. So actually, through these sessions, we would like to provide some good information to all of you how to make a success between Japan and Bangladesh in terms of the business development. So this is the biggest opportunity and the purposes in this session, especially in this panel discussions. So I would like to invite Mr. Abdul Haq, advisor of FBCCI. As everyone knows, Mr. Abdul Haq is currently advisor of FBCCI and the former director of FBCCI. And Mr. Haq is a former president of Japan-Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry, JBCCI, and have a long business relationship with Japan. Due to the great contribution to bilateral business relations, Mr. Haq has been awarded the Order of Rising Sun by Japanese Emperor in 2022. He is called brand ambassador for Japan and Mr. Japan in Bangladesh. So I'd like to ask Mr. Abdul Haq about what is the most important point to build a successful business partnership with Japan? So this is my question to you.
Thank you very much, Ando-san. And first of all, I think I must express my gratitude to His Excellency, the Ambassador of Japan is here, and distinguished speakers, including our session chairperson, Mr. Bida Chairman, and panelists. And in the hall, there are many distinguished guests here. I can see our former president of JBCCI and investor from Japan, JBCCI President Secretary General, and Mr. Suzuki all the way came from Delhi, JETRO Director General in Delhi, India. I think it's a great opportunity for us, and I thank FBCCI to allow this special allocation for Japan at this business summit. Actually, as Mr. Mamiya's presentation expressed everything, I think it was a wonderful presentation, Mamiya-san. And when somebody can reach to the Japanese corporation's height, they are so learned, you can witness from Mr. Mamiya's presentation. I think he has said everything and made our life easier. Why we should invite Japanese investors? You can see the Thailand started in 60s, and they've got 5,000 Japanese companies. In spite of all the odds in Thailand for last about 50, 60 years, Thailand's growth was continuous, and Thailand is one of the largest recipients of Japanese investment, followed by all other from the world. The Thailand is having military government, this government, that government, but the development is never stopped just because they followed the Japanese way of development. And following that, you see, another country is Vietnam. They started in 73, I think 73 perhaps, and following Japan, now Vietnam is having several thousand Japanese companies in Vietnam. And it is the Vietnam government was a communist government. They never understood the market economy. I remember our former finance minister, Mr. Kibria, when he was the escape Secretary General at Bangkok. Under his leadership, there was a pool of economists from Japan, Malaysia, from ASEAN countries, and they designed the market economy of Vietnam. Following that, Vietnam has the most advanced recipient of FDI in the Asia and most popular among the Japanese. Then comes the Indonesia. I can remember that when Mr. Obama was the president, Japanese government under the prime ministership of Mr. Abe invited our prime minister and Indonesian president to G8 meeting in Japan. And it was Japan expressed that two countries they are going to promote, Indonesia and Bangladesh. Indonesia successfully followed Japan, now having the most popular destination for Japanese investment. Why I'm saying this, as a businessman, as a self-made man, I have seen wherever Japanese has gone, there was no exploitation. And it's Malaysia, you see, Mr. Mahathir Mohamad made the policy, look east. We have always looked west, but he said, look east. And following look east, Malaysia from an agrarian country could emerge one of the developed countries in Asia. Therefore, we should definitely compare Japan as a very special country for economic development. And I express my thanks to our present government. They have of late realized the Japanese importance, how important Japan is for economic development partnership. And the Honorable Prime Minister has given a very good friendship hand for Japanese, and Japan-Bangladesh relationship has gone anytime high compared to the history at the moment. If we can follow this way, and yesterday the Honorable Prime Minister indicated about the red tapeism, I think it will be responsible our business leaders here, very pioneer leaders, that we should translate this word. What are the required reforms that we should have to really attract investment from Japan and elsewhere? And only one economic zone is under, at the moment, Arai Hazard. I think there will be many Japanese companies will be coming, but once Japanese will start coming, we must provide them enough space to do business so that we can learn. In Japan, the income distribution system is wonderful. We are talking about always zakat and all these in every way, every time in our prayers. But in Japan, they practice the distribution of income. They are minimum salary and maximum salary, not like America. They have got a balance. Everybody can travel by public transport. Everybody is having a house. So my dream, personally, and I think for our business people, we should have a society like Japan that is highly civilized in education, in transportation, in the local government, in governance, in delivery of the way of life, the delivery of industrial commitment. They'll die for commitment. I think Japan is a wonderful country, and we're very lucky to have a very special relationship with Japan, and it's good for the Bangladesh business people that we can learn from Japan how to be industrialized and how to build a society, how to build a powerful nation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Hokusan. Yeah, we came to know that your enthusiasm is helping, to build a trust on you between two countries. So thank you very much. And I would like to move to the next question to Mr. Mehdi Masud, COO of BJIT. Actually, as keynote speaker, Mr. Mamiya mentioned, IT is a new sector for bilateral business relationship. So actually, I would like to ask you about the IT sector. Could you elaborate the opportunities in IT sectors for Japanese companies? Before that, Mr. Mahdi Hassan is COO of BJIT Limited and has been doing IT businesses for more than 20 years. So he has been involved with JICA's IT engineers training program, so-called BJET, and has a lot of experiences in IT sector with Japan. So it's over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you, His Excellency, Honorable Ambassador, all guests and delegates here. Thank you from BJIT from my side. Actually, I'm going to direct to the point. Actually, thank you, Anderson, for this nicely mentioned that this is a business collaboration that we are talking today. And of course, I think from my point of view, this is a win-win opportunities, win-win possibilities in IT sector is quite new for us, but we're doing it very well, even recently. Yeah. So I think, from Bangladesh side, we can say that in Bangladesh, we have young, talent, highly skilled IT engineer, and which is available in the market. Already, keynote speaker clearly mentioned tens of thousands of IT engineers we are getting from the university every year. So this engineer is our asset. They are very talented. They are not only local market, they are globally, not only the industry base, but they are also in academia and research base. They are doing very well globally. So this is our actual asset, and this is our strong area. The other hand, if we compare and see in Japan side, Japan is the second largest IT market in the world, firstly. Secondly, this is a completely smart country. It's an IT-oriented, IT-focused country where always need the technology, demand is high, and they are one of the global leader of the world right now. So they have the shortage. Also mentioned in keynote, actually I found that everything was there, that they have the shortage. Even right now, it's around 1 million of software engineer Japan need inside. So this is the outsourcing, offshore or nearshore. Both areas, they need it very much. So this is a supply and demand. There's a huge matching, and where is the opportunity that we need to work together, because we have the resource, skilled resource, smart, new generation who are eager to learn the new technologies, and Japan need those people. So this is the first point. Secondly, from our experience, we can say 22 years ago, BJT started journey with 7 people. Now, actually in the market, 800 people is working in Japan, in BJT group, but dedicatedly for Japan market is 400 from one company. But this is 100 of companies is working for Japan. So already it's ongoing process. Software development is ongoing, outsourcing is ongoing, nearshore, onshore, offshore, 3 format they are working. Right, so this is actually, our feedback is very good from Japanese client, Japanese people, that our engineers are highly committed, dedicated, attrition ratio is very low, so people want to travel, culture minimization gap is quickly can adapt with the culture, and it's very close to their mindset. So a lot of positive things we are getting feedback from Japan and Japanese client last 15, 20 years. So this is another positive point that we're supposed to work together. So our government facilities also mentioned clearly that here we have tax holiday, cash incentive, 100% foreign ownership. This type of package bundle is there. So this is another point that we can welcome you here in Bangladesh. So another point, for example, lastly, we are working with Sony, Panasonic, Toshiba, NTT, SourceNext, KDDS, or like such, Rakuten. Such, globally, they are giant. They are not only the inside in Japan, globally they are the leader in IT sector. So they are investing, working with us last 10, 15 years. Means that this level of company we are working, our engineer, our companies is working with them, means that we have passed their security level, we have passed their, their quality level. We know that Japan never compromise with the quality. So that point of view, our engineer and we passed this situation. And lastly, what I mentioned on this point, that actually our people, Bangladeshi people and Bangladesh, actually whenever we do for Japan, we try to do our software engineer, try to do it from their heart. We people, Bangladeshi people, love Japan. We respect Japanese people very much. So this is a big combination. This is the point that to work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mehdi-san. I'm believing that we have enough space to expand more businesses in IT sector. So thank you very much for your input. So next, I'd like to move to the third panelist, Mr. Min Foley, President of Japanese Commerce and Industry Association in Dhaka, and also Mr. Lee is the country representative for Bangladesh and the General Manager of Mitsubishi Corporation Dhaka office since April 2020. And so, Mr. Lee, as a Japan Chambers in Dhaka's president, can you explain your initiatives and the way forward? So this is my question to you.
Thank you very much, Ando-san. JCIAD is the abbreviation of Japanese Commerce and Industry Association in Dhaka. Once again, JCIAD. Somebody known by the Shokokai. we are forming currently 130 Japanese companies as a members who are already operating actively in Bangladesh. And also we do have from the government side, Embassy of Japan, JICA, JETRO, also the member as an observer. Let me tell you that JCIAD Shokokai has celebrated 50 years of foundation last year together with the Japan-Bangladesh diplomatic relationship. So you can see that Shokokai and a Japanese company has been long committed in Bangladesh. And through this long-term relationship, we have been building the business in Bangladesh with a trustful relationship and also with good communication. Our members vary from RMG sectors, manufacturing sectors, and ODA project sectors, mega project, and also service and trade, service trade and domestic market sales subgroups. We are discussing from the accumulated good know-hows and a good practice, and also we are sharing the daily facing difficulties and challenges, and we share each other, and also we propose this to the Japanese government side so that we can get a smoother support for the solution of the difficulties and challenges. We believe that good communication is a key, so we are hoping that Japanese government and Bangladesh government enter into a joint study of the EPA soon. So through this Japan-Bangladesh good communication, we would like that EPA negotiation can be smoother. From the JCIAD, Shokokai is trying to communicate well with the JBCCI, Japan-Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We have a lot of friends here, so we would like to expand more co-working together with Bangladesh friends in JBCCI. Finally, this year we would like to have stronger communication with Bangladesh government. I'm very much grateful to see the Honorable Bida Chairman today. He's one of the great supporter, and the other day I had a long discussion with him, but he's quite helpful. So we would like to have more communication directly with the Bangladesh government so that our situation can be shared and we can get more support in order to promote more business in Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lee-san. Thank you very much for your leadership for the more collaboration between Japan and Bangladesh. So I'd like to invite the next panelist, Mr. Tetsuro Kano, Vice President of JBCCI and also the JCIAD. Mr. Tetsuro Kano is also the General Manager of Itochu Corporation DAC office since April 2022. Mr. Kano is also serving as coach of Bangladesh national baseball team and Dhaka Metropolitan Police baseball team. So he's a chief, the boss of police that team. So my question to you is that as a bilateral chamber, JBCCI, what do you think the new possible areas for collaboration for Japan and Bangladesh? So this is my question to you.
Thank you, Anderson. My name is Kano, the Vice President of both of JBCCI and JCIAD. Then, as Anderson explained, I'm coach of the national baseball team. So I'm bridge of the JBCCI and JCIAD and Bangladesh and Japan for sports. Then, at the beginning, please kindly let me introduce about JBCCI. The JBCCI is a binational organization to promote trade, business, and investment opportunities between Bangladesh and Japan by getting support by Embassy of Japan and JETRO. And started in 2004, the member of the FBCCI. And the member is now the total 265 Bangladesh company and Japanese companies. Then our main activities in order to accelerating our goal is networking gathering, conference and seminar, and factory visit and site visit to the JICA-related projects, and cottage calls to the honorable persons of the considerable importance. Then we also have the standing committee, like arbitration member, service committee, and business investment promotion SME, PR and networking committee, and tax, regulatory and policy advocacy committee, and FTA EPA committee. Especially these EPA and FTA issues are our one of the biggest concerns. Then our idea of the new possible area for the collaboration for Japan and Bangladesh will be a IT and textile category with SDGs investment and logistics and consumer-related business in order to accelerating our goal. The IT is, Mr. Masood explained, one of the biggest business opportunity in Bangladesh, then in many areas. Then textile category with SDGs investment is also the very strong point in Bangladesh, because Bangladesh is the biggest number of the green factory all over the world. This is the very good opportunity. Bangladesh should more pushing to the all over the world. Then logistics need much improvement, including cold chain and unclear address issues. But it's so, it has a big opportunity to grow. Then Bangladesh will be the very big market as a consumer. This is big opportunity. Then as a conclusion, that I consider this development and improvement of this category will accelerate the foreign direct investment by private sectors from Japan and the new possible area for both countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kano-san, for covering the very important points, including your initiatives by JBCCI. So thank you very much. I would like to go back to Mehdi-san. Actually, we know the many opportunities in IT sectors, but on the other hand, we have still the challenges in businesses here in Bangladesh. And today, Honorable Bida Chairman is here. So my question is to you is, what kind of initiatives do you need from the government for more business collaboration, especially in IT sector? So this is my question to you.
Right. Thank you very much, Santosan, again. Yeah, this is a correct question. I think it's going to be from answer from my side, actually. Before the answer the question, I would like to mention that now, after this Corona crisis, and this war is going in Russia, Ukraine, so there is a global impact, and economical impact is everywhere, globally. Everybody is looking to find this cost-effective solution, keeping the quality, keeping the productivity. This is one of this point in every countries we are facing in IT sector. So that point of view, it's a positive for us, positive for Bangladesh, that we are getting more PO purchase order or more opportunities from outside to do. So this is one of the way to do outsourcing. Through outsourcing, cost-effective solution is there only. So this is actually where everybody is focusing, and we are getting, and there is high possibilities opening more. Same way it could be in case of Japan may happen, and it's happening with us when we are getting this more order and more opportunities is opening for us. So about this answer to the question is, for example, government to government, what type of facilities? For right now, what we are doing, we are focusing mainly in Bangladeshi, 100 of IT companies is working, outsourcing. They're focusing in Tokyo-based market, right? So I think this main area is promotion and branding. So which is through a private company or few private companies together. It's very difficult. It's not easy job. So we worked inside Tokyo is okay. When we worked together with BJET project, for example, Miyazaki Prefecture and Miyazaki University, some collaboration happened here with our universities and industries. So same way, actually, we can go forward next, like Miyazaki Prefecture, or Nagano Prefecture, or Hokkaido, and step by step we can move forward where government can play a big role and help us a lot to promote IT industry over there. For example, I would like to say inside Bangladesh, whenever a person is looking that made in Japan, there is no question. Everybody can understand this. It's 100% perfect with the quality. So at least some level of or certain level of promotion you can do inside Japan. That okay, Bangladesh is it's a home of IT. So this type of message need to be provided over there. So through media and promotion and branding things can do. This is through government is possible to do. On the other hand, government to government analysis, some business analysis is there, is needed. From our academy, that student is completing their graduation from here and directly need to involve our work over there in Japan. So Japan industry and our academy could be some good discussion and collaboration, some exchange changing. Culture minimization gap in our textbook and some other places about Japan. Japanese culture need to promote more so that they can early stage they can understand about these cultural things. So this is from my point is very, very important that to understand this language, culture, cultural understanding and mindset, and Japanese people mindset and their quality level, thinking of their quality level. So these things in early stage we need to provide. So another good point and very important point is OGT, like we start on-job training. This is for software engineer is very much necessary. Whenever they are completing their graduation, supposed to parallelly they need to complete this OGT part, where we have done very successfully through JICA Finance and together with BJET and some other companies that here people is getting completing their 3-4 months training OGT, and then actually few hundred of engineers already through the system we sent already from Bangladesh to Japan. So they are representing Bangladesh over there and how increasing the business. This type of session need to do more and more. This type of practice need to do more and more. From here, this IT businessmen and IT engineers visa, Honorable His Excellency Ambassador is here, could be more easier for our engineer, for our IT businessmen. I already mentioned earlier that a lot of IT delegates coming from Japan to here in Bangladesh. So from our side, Bangladesh side, actually we can make a special zone or like open their VIP corridor or VIP exit and entry so that it's easier to avoid the crowded places in the airport. So a lot of packages there that we can talk later together. Thank you very much. This is shortly from my side.
Thank you very much for elaborating the important points. So Vida Chairman is here. So as JETRO, we would like to collaborate more with the chairman, especially to promote IT sector for Japanese companies. So thank you very much. So I would like to go back to the baseball coach, Mr. Kano, again. So you are leading Itochu Bangladesh by focusing on textile and consumer sector. So my question is that for upgrading these sectors, what do you suggest the necessary actions for Bangladesh and Japan both?
Hi, thank you, Ando-san. At first, so many participants doesn't know about the Itochu Corporation. So please let me explain about brief information about the Itochu Corporation. Then, Ando-san, thank you so much.
Please keep on.
Yeah. Then the Itochu Then Itochu main activity is trading and investment and founded in 1858. And now we have the 93 bases in 62 countries. Then Itochu Dhaka was founded in 1961 after Marubeni Corporation. Then started in textile business. And now we have a deal any item and trading material and products. and always try to find invest opportunity with good partner in Bangladesh. Then our corporate mission is Sampoyoshi. That means good for seller, good for buyer, and good for society. Then that is for the sustainable business activity and development with SDGs and ESG investment. Then now that we have the two growth strategies, the one is a business by market-oriented perspective, and another is contribution and engagement to the SDGs. Then along with our strategies, Bangladesh has a huge opportunity, especially we consider stable population growth with very young average age and increasing purchasing power of goods and services in future. That is a very, very attractive. Then, however, difficult to invest the Bangladesh is also exists. The improvement of the transparency and corruption, then relaxation of the custom clearance also is needed. Then I consider the necessary action for Bangladesh will be to improve these difficulties for more investors-oriented consciousness by learning from the successful Asian countries. And the necessary action for Japan is to keep a good relationship with suitable funding by government and more projects from private sectors. And the necessary action for both countries is to conclude EPA and FTA agreement by meeting in the middle amicably for exist Japanese companies in Bangladesh and the Japanese company who is want to make investment to Bangladesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kano-san, for elaborating your thoughts. So next question goes to Lee-san. You are leading Mitsubishi Corporation in Bangladesh. So what business are you engaged in Bangladesh, and what do you expect in the business facilitation towards LDC graduation? So this is my question.
Hi, thank you again, Ando-san. How many people knows that the Hazrat Shahjar al-Dhaka Airport is by the Japanese government JICA fund? I believe that most of the person here knows that this is from the support from Japanese government. But maybe few people knows that Mitsubishi Corporation is behind that. We are engaged in the construction with some partners. You can see when you go to the airport now, you will see every 2 weeks, you can see the big difference. Project is progressing, so this is the Japan quality. Thank you very much. You may know MRT Line 6, Agargaon from here to Uttara North. You know that this is from Japanese government, JICA fund. But some people doesn't know that we are also supplying the rolling stocks and depot area, not doing the construction, but we are humbly supporting this project. Japan-made Kawasaki Sharyo, which is Japan-made train. This is also, we are humbly supporting this project. Also, talking about the investment, we are engaged in LNG, energy sector investment, together with our local long-term partner, which is Summit Group. You may also know that we are doing the business. Talking about towards LDC, some people has already mentioned about the necessity of the EPA already. I personally believe that in order to promote more promotion of the investment, we need 3 government bilateral agreement. One is investment protection agreement, which we do have already between Bangladesh and Japan. Second one is the tax treaty, avoidance of double tax. This is also the treatment that we already have between Bangladesh and Japan. So only one piece left bilateral is EPA. So having these 3 important bilateral agreement between Bangladesh and Japan, I strongly believe that our promotion of the investment will be bigger and bigger. today, Ando-san is giving me only 3 minutes, so I would like to focus on another point that is very important for the promotion of the further investment between from Japan to Bangladesh, which is Bangladesh country's sovereign credit rating issue. As you may know, S&P, Moody's, Fitch's, they all issue long-term, short-term credit ratings of all the countries. So those who are in Japan, decision maker, see if we are going to make an investment in Bangladesh or not. They will see these credit ratings of the sovereign credit ratings of the Bangladesh and Myanmar, everything. They will compare that. Unfortunately, Bangladesh credit rating is still not recommendable for the investment. This is not true. So we would like that this credit rating should be improved as soon as possible. I'm sure that 2026, once you graduate from LDC, credit rating should be improved. But I cannot wait until 2026, and people are saying that let's make an investment. So this is one of the Bangladesh government's, we would like to have further support by the Bangladesh government to sell yourself better to these international credit agency so that they improve their ratings of the Bangladesh, because private sector has also internal credit ratings, and we see and we refer to these international credit ratings. If the Bangladesh continues BA, BB minus, which is so-called category non-investment grade speculative, what they're saying is not so recommending from credit ratings. And we all see these ratings, unfortunately. But we know that Bangladesh has a potential. So we, private sector, is promoting directly to the top management, but we need the rating should be changed as soon as possible, even before the 2026, by the full support by the Bangladesh government. Also, this is crucial for the all the Japanese companies. Also, this is for any other countries. New investment to Bangladesh applies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lee-san, for touching upon the very important two topics, the FTA, PA, and rating. So I hope for the near future, the Bangladesh will have a better index in these two the topics. So the last question goes to Abdul Hoksan. So we are talking about the future. So for next 10 years, what are the next necessary initiatives for Bangladesh to strengthen the economic relation with Japan? So this is my question. So please kindly conclude in very precise manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ando-san. I'll be very brief. I think actually for next 10 years will be very crucial for Bangladesh, and we very much need a Japanese collaboration in all aspects of development. For example, to mitigate, our business leaders are always raising their voice, their frustrations about the corruption, about the obstacles of business. And through this meeting, Honorable Senior Secretary, who is the chairperson of today, we would like to convey our expectation that we must change in order to accept the developments. We must make necessary reforms of our ministries and agencies so that we come out from the colonial pattern of structure to a modern, Japan-like, investment-friendly government so that we can rise at the end, we can play our due role at the global stage. So this is the message we should give through this meeting, through our honorable chairperson today, from the house that we have got all our luminary business people here from home and abroad, that change or die. We shall have to accept change. We must change our pattern of governance, our pattern of service delivery, pattern of public services, and the quality of the public services. I don't want to criticize our government. We are criticizing ourselves, and we must. You are not criticizing us, but you are suggesting how to follow Japanese way of development. Actually, I as a businessman, as a self-made man, and from the very, bottom of the pyramid, I would strongly suggest that we must adapt development so that we can invite Japanese, so that we can develop ourselves. I'm a selfish guy, you see. I want to develop my country, therefore I want Japanese partnership. Our business people, they want to develop. We want a better life, we want a better transportation, better housing, better public transport. We want not so many cars, I'm car businessman, but good transportation, so that we can entirely develop the country. And Japan is the most popular, most loved country in the world by Bangladesh people. It's the only country in the world where even a rickshaw puller salutes Japan. So this opportunity Japan must take, and we want to see an extended Japan in Bangladesh in the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdul-Haq-san, for your really excellent comment. So, due to the time limitation, so I cannot get the questions from you, but I'm really sorry due to all my bad moderations. So my apologies goes to you. So thank you very much. This is the end of the panel discussion. So thank you very much, everyone, for your kind attendance. So MC. So may I moderate? Okay. Thank you very much. So today we have a special guest, Honorable Ambassador of Japan to Bangladesh, His Excellency Mr. Kiminori Iwama. I would like to request His Excellency to deliver a speech. So thank you very much.
Mr. Lokman Premier, Executive Director, Executive Chairman, BIDA, Mr. Takeshi Mamiya, Keynote Speaker, Regional CEO, ASEAN and Southeast Asia, Managing Director, Malvern ASEAN, distinguished panelists, and ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum, Shubho, good afternoon, and konnichiwa. It gives me an immense pleasure to attend the Bangladesh-Japan session in Bangladesh Business Summit 2023. I would like to thank FBCCI and JETRO for organizing this important event. I also would like to thank the business people participating from Japan and as well as from Bangladesh, and as well as the speakers and panelists who provided us with the insightful inputs. Although what I was going to talk in my speech was duly covered by Mr. Yasutoshi Mishimura, Honorable Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan, in his video message, I would like to make a few points more specifically for Japanese companies that will or consider to expand an investment in Bangladesh as the Ambassador of Japan to Bangladesh. As Minister Nishimura mentioned, Bangladesh has achieved significant economic growth in recent years. Its GDP grew by almost 7% in the last fiscal year. Without a doubt, Bangladesh will be the fastest growing economy in Asia this decade, with its per capita income expected to reach $3,000 soon. Bangladesh, located in the Bay of Bengal, is the vital country in geopolitical terms, as it is an intersection between South Asia and Southeast Asia. Japan views the development of Bangladesh as significant not only to Bangladesh itself, but also to the overall stability and prosperity of the Indo-Pacific region. I hope that more companies will focus their attention on Bangladesh, which is full of potential for the future. For those companies trying to expand its business or invest in Bangladesh, the Japanese Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Shokokai, JBCCI, and JETRO will provide full support. In particular, what I would like to highlight is the JBCCI, which is under FBCCI. It is a hybrid chamber of commerce and industry consisting of Japanese and Bangladesh companies. It can provide useful advice to companies entering the Bangladesh market. I'm sure that the cooperation among those chambers of commerce and Shokokai will be of great help for those companies who are interested in investment in Bangladesh. Not to mention, the Japanese government and the Embassy of Japan will also spare no effort to support Japanese companies by making necessary requests to the Bangladesh government. As was mentioned by Minister Nishimura, the Japanese government has been assisting with yen loan, the basic infrastructure in Bangladesh directly related to improving business environment, including Jamna Bridge, Matabari Deep Seaport, and Dhaka International Airport. In addition, the BSEZ, which was well explained by Mr. Kawachi earlier, was launched in December last year with the online participation of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. It is expected to attract much interest for investment of Japanese and international companies. This is how the Japanese government is strongly assisting and encouraging the improvement of investment climate so that it will be comparable to that of other countries such as Vietnam or Indonesia. Although I have talked about Bangladesh's potential and promising future, I have to admit that there are still a number of challenges for Japanese companies to expand business and investment in this country. What is important, however, is that the public and private sectors, including the Bangladesh government, are working together to identify and address these issues and challenges to create a better investment climate. For example, a framework called Public-Private Economic Dialogue was launched between Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe when Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina visited Japan in 2014. And the public and private sectors have gathered and held many discussions for the improvement of the investment climate. The latest meeting of the investment issues, the latest meeting that took place last August saw some improvement or resolutions for some of the investment issues, such as the relaxation of the limitation of telegraphic transfer, free of cost import, and container run use, which were faced by the Japanese business companies. There are many other issues that must continue to be addressed with the cooperation of the Bangladesh government, but the Bangladesh government has shown its commitment to addressing these issues with the graduation from LDC in 2026 in mind. The Japanese government will continue to make efforts to solve these issues through the framework of dialogues and will also work with JETRO, Shokokai, and JBCCI to address specific issues as much as possible. Regarding the graduation from LDC status in 2026, again, as Minister Nishimura mentioned, last December, both countries agreed to launch a joint study group on the possible EPA between the two countries. The government of both countries are currently finalizing its coordination for the joint study. I expect that there will be a discussion between the two countries on the possible contents of the EPA to alleviate the uncertainties associated with the LDC graduation. I'm just saying this in a very broad manner, but the government is expediting our efforts to finalizing the date for the joint study, and I hope we can announce that in the near future. In concluding remarks, I do hope that the Japanese companies will take this opportunity to accelerate their consideration of doing business in Bangladesh. We will cooperate with the government of Bangladesh and business people to further improve the investment climate. Bangladesh aims to become a developed country in 2041 in achieving Vision 2041. On this occasion, I would like to reiterate that Japan will continue to stand by Bangladesh in its development journey and work to build a win-win situation, win-win partnership for our prosperous future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Ambassador Mr. Kiminori Iwama, for delivering the very, very excellent speech. Thank you very much. So, as the last part, Chief Guest, Dr. A.K. Abdul Momen MP, Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Unfortunately, he is not here due to the unavoidable circumstances, but he's very, very kind enough to send a video message for this session. So I would like to request the operator to play the video from Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Japan, distinguished session chair, panelist, moderator, distinguished guest, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you all. It is indeed a great pleasure to be a part of this summit and share thoughts with this august audience. I first would like to congratulate today's keynote speaker for his extensive deliberation on Japan-Bangladesh trade and investment opportunities and way forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to speak to you today about the trade and investment opportunities between Japan and Bangladesh and the way forward for our two countries to strengthen our economic partnership. Japan and Bangladesh have had a long-lasting relationship that dates back to pre-independence of Bangladesh, when Nobel laureate Rabindranath Tagore visited Japan, and especially when Justice Radha Binod Pal helped exonerating Japanese emperor in the Tokyo trial on the World War II massacre. No wonder Japan government recognized Bangladesh as an independent and sovereign country as early as 1972. When Japan recognized Bangladesh, since then, Japan has been a reliable partner for Bangladesh in its economic and social development. Japan's assistance to Bangladesh in infrastructure development, energy, healthcare, education has been crucial in bringing significant changes to the country. I have very special relations with Japan and Japanese companies. After the independence of Bangladesh, I was working in the Commerce Ministry, and on those days, we had to import everything from abroad. Once Bangladesh was termed as a bottomless basket with no hope of survival, many exporters were reluctant to export goods to Bangladesh. But even on those days, the Japanese companies exported goods to us, even at times at deferred payment. After the visit of Father of the Nation Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman to Japan in 1973, the Japanese government supported us steadily without any conditionality. They are our friends in need. Ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh has taken several initiatives to attract foreign direct investment, including the establishment of special economic zones, simplification of regulatory procedures, and investment-friendly policies. The government efforts have resulted in a private response from Japanese companies. Many well-known Japanese companies, such as Mitsubishi, Sumitomo, and Toyota, have already invested in Bangladesh. Distinguished members of the audience, the economic relationship between our two countries has been growing stronger over the years. The Japanese investors have shown a keen interest in investment in Bangladesh due to its large population, strategic location, and competitive labor cost. Japan is one of our leading partners in the plethora of the mega projects in terms of finance, capitalization, and technology. There are many areas where Japan and Bangladesh could engage as partners in development, be that in the development of infrastructure like our third terminal, or be that in incubation of emerging sectors like ICT. Bangladesh welcomes investment, trade and engagement at both G2G and P2P levels. Along with traditional sectors like ready-made garments, leather goods, Bangladesh is very interested to cooperate and have partnership with Japan at different level, and thus increase the bilateral trade volume in energy sector, IT/ITS, pharmaceuticals, automotive and light engineering, small and medium enterprises, plastic products, jute and textiles, and biomedical engineering products. And we are very much enthusiastic to be engaged in business, production, and technology transfer in modern technology domains such as, but not limited to, blue economy, artificial intelligence, robotics, advanced manufacturing and multi-dimensional printing, fintech, advanced materials, semiconductor, design, prefabrication, fabrication, new computing technologies, blockchain and distributed ledger technologies, Internet of Things and virtual and augmented realities, machine learning, deep learning, design space, biotechnologies, neurotechnologies, biometrics, etc., etc. As you are aware that the trade relation between Japan and Bangladesh is now at a unique height with a trade volume of over $3 billion US, while export to Japan is $1.2 billion and import from Japan is $1.8 billion. Japan is among the top 5 foreign investors in Bangladesh, according to the cumulative foreign direct investment. Over the last 50 years, we have received $16 billion funding from Japan for several development projects in Bangladesh. And they also made a commitment of $28 billion. We greatly appreciate this. There are already 320 Japanese companies engaged in ready-made garments, trading, development projects, service sector, and private investment in Bangladesh. And we are expecting a new wave of Japanese companies and joint ventures after the Japanese economic zone at Araihajar will be ready. Bangladesh deeply appreciate Japan's contribution and support in constructing more than 550 bridges, 117 cyclone shelters, supporting hundreds of SMEs and hundreds of ongoing technical cooperation projects. While Japan is a very important development partner of Bangladesh, Bangladesh is also an important source of intermediate materials and a significant trade partner of Japan, as well as a noteworthy destination for investment. Leveraging on Bangladesh's intrinsic geographic, economic, demographic, and other pulses, I strongly believe that both countries can reap mutual benefit further by exploring further trade opportunities to improve connectivity between these two countries. We are looking forward for opening up our airline, direct airline from Dhaka to Tokyo and back. It would pave the way forward to the greater economic strength and unhindered movement for people of these two regions. Ladies and gentlemen, Japan and Bangladesh have an excellent opportunity to enhance their economic partnership. By leveraging each other's strength and capabilities, we can create a win-win situation for both countries. I am confident that with the right policies and initiatives, we can unlock the full potential of our economic relationship and build a stronger future together. I hope that the friendly and productive relation between Bangladesh and Japan will reach to a new height in the upcoming years. We'll find our ikigai in what we do together. Thank you. Long live Bangladesh-Japan friendship. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we have with us Mr. M.A. Momen, Vice President, FBCCI. I request Mr. M.A. Momen, Vice President, FBCCI, to take the stage. Sir, please kindly take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, now Mr. Amy Momen, Vice President of FBCCI, will present a token of memento to the esteemed panelists of today's session to celebrate the occasion of 50th anniversary. At first, I request Mr. Momen to give the crest to our special guest, Mr. Kiminori Yawama, His Excellency, Ambassador of Japan to Bangladesh. Now, crest will be given to Mr. Tetsuro Kano, Vice President, Japan-Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry, JBCCI, Vice President, JC8, General Manager, Itochu, Dhaka Office. Next, crest will be given to Mr. Myung-ho Lee, President, Japanese Commerce and Industry Association in Dhaka, JCIAD, General Manager, Mitsubishi Corporation, Dhaka Office. Next, crest will be given to Mr. Mehdi Masood, COO, BJIT. Now, crest will be given to Mr. Abdul Haq, Advisor of ABCCI. Now, crest will be given to our today's moderator, Mr. Yoji Andu, Country Representative, Jetro Dhaka. Next, crest will be given to Mr. Taru Kawachi, Managing Director, Bangladesh ACG Limited. Next, crest will be presented to Mr. Takeshi Mamiya, Regional CEO, Asian and Southwest Asia, Managing Director, Marubeni Asian, representative from JBCCEC. Lastly, crest will be presented to Mr. Lokman Hussein Mia, Executive Chairman, BIDA. He is the session chair of today's program. Now, we'll have photo session. I also request Ms. Nadia Binte Amin, Director FBCCI, on the stage.
সালের মধ্যে বাংলাদেশকে একটি উচ্চ আয়ের উন্নত সমৃদ্ধ এবং উদ্ভাবনী স্মার্ট বাংলাদেশ
Thank you everyone for your presence.
FBCCI. It was a wonderful gathering. To me, the inaugurations, it was really a very wonderful speech has been delivered by the key government personnel, which was a complete inspiring really for Saudi investment and for other international investment.
There are some countries in the world where you can just feel the fizz of entrepreneurialism. Everybody's got a deal or a factory or a business or a this or a that. Bangladesh is one of those places. The number of people who just couldn't wait to get their cards into my hand. Now, they're not doing it because they honestly expect me to do a deal, but they want to get forward their view of this country.
সালের মধ্যে বাংলাদেশকে একটি উচ্চ আয়ের উন্নত সমৃদ্ধ এবং উদ্ভাবনী স্মার্ট বাংলাদেশ হিসেবে বিনির্মাণের জন্য আমাদের অভিযাত্রায় যুক্ত হতে উদাত্ত আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি।
FBCCI. It was a wonderful gathering. To me, the inaugurations, it was really a very wonderful speech has been delivered by the key government personnel, which was a complete inspiring really for Saudi investment and for other international investment.
There are some countries in the world where you can just feel the fizz of entrepreneurialism. Everybody's got a deal